like to request Mr. Madan Padki, President TIE Bangalore, to join him. I'd like to invite Mr. Ganesh Krishnan. I beg your pardon. I'd like to invite the co-chair of Venture Rise, T.R. Anand, Rahul Mathur, Sanjeev Keskar, and Rajesh Gopal to please come up onto the stage and take part in the lighting of the lamp. Please give them a big round of applause as we also welcome them to this event. Joining them on stage is also Ritu from TIE Bangalore. The ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolic of the transition from darkness into light, and formally inaugurating this event this morning. Thank you, Ritu, and thank you, gentlemen. Once again, I'd like to thank Ritu and thank you, gentlemen, for doing the honors. I request all of you, with the exception of Dr. S. Selvakumar and Mr. Madan Padki, please take your seats among the audience. Requesting Dr. S. Selvakumar and Mr. Madan Padki to stay back on stage. All right, let's move into the event. I'd like to invite Dr. S. Selvakumar, Principal Secretary, Department of Commerce and Industry, Government of Karnataka, to address this gathering.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all of you present today. It is incredibly exciting to be here, surrounded by some of the most brilliant and forward-thinking entrepreneurs, mentors, and industry leaders. Venturize 2025 represents Karnataka's vision to create a globally competitive startup ecosystem, one of that bridges startups, industry, and investors in a meaningful way. I want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Toyota, Amazon, Bosch, Epsilon, Gold Plus Glass, MV, Tata Hitachi, TVS, Volvo, Hero Future Energies, and Lam Research for their unwavering support in fostering innovation. Their contributions have encouraged these startups and made the challenges possible today. To the startups present here today, your journey has been truly commendable. Out of over 900 applications, we have the top 45 startups competing in this final track. Your ability to develop solutions for some of the most complex industrial challenges is a testament to your resilience, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. Venturize is not just a startup challenge. It's a launch pad for long-term business success. The government of Karnataka is deeply committed to strengthening the startup ecosystem, and initiatives like Venturize will continue to play a key role in our mission to position Karnataka as India's premier hub for technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. To the finalists, this is just the beginning. The relationships, networks, and opportunities you have gained in this period will continue to shape your journey ahead. I wish you all the very best for the final competition, and I look forward to seeing the transformative impact your innovations will create for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. S. Selvakumar, for those encouraging words. I'd like to now invite and request Mr. Madan Padiki, President, TIE Bangalore, to address the gathering. Sir.
Hi, good morning. Eldrigu Namaskara. And Dr. Selvakumar, thank you so much for being with us. I know you have 1,000 things running on your mind and the phone, but appreciate you being here. It's truly a delight to be here at the second edition of Venturize. TIE has always stood for fostering entrepreneurship. And when we began the first conversation on Venturize almost 4 years ago, we realized that Karnataka is unique in the sense that this is probably the only state where startups, corporates, and the governments work so seamlessly that it's sometimes hard to tell the difference who's who. Right? And if you visit Dr. Selvakumar's office or be with Ma'am Gunjan, you feel like you're sitting in a high-octane, high-pressure corporate where you're looking at saying, how do we move the state ahead? And the state is the entity that we're also putting our efforts together. So it is indeed a delight to be a part of the second edition of Venturize. When the Invest Karnataka team reached out a few months ago, almost in July, to say we should begin the second edition, we put together an elaborate program which had a pit stop at the TIE Global Summit, so you were there at the TGS in December, and the grand finale is happening now. It is unique in 3 ways. One, as I mentioned, the seamless cooperation and the coordination between the corporates, government, and startups. We've engaged with TIE chapters globally to get in over 900 plus applications in the area of ESDM, mobility and EV, and of course, aerospace and defense. And we've gotten applications from across the world. So it's not just a Karnataka competition, it's a global challenge. 2, the prize money. I think last edition when we did about 1.5 crores of prize money, we thought that was large. This time we've outdone ourselves and gotten with about $300,000 worth of prize. This arguably makes it the largest startup challenge with a purse of $300,000, which will be announced in the next couple of days. I think that's commendable, especially the fact that the industry has come forward to sponsor this. So all of our sponsors here, Amazon, Bosch, Schneider Electric, Lam, Gold Plus, Toyota, MV, TVS, Volvo, HFC, Tata Hitachi, they've all contributed not just money, and that brings us to the third important part of this, that, well, the competition ends tomorrow. There'll be 16 odd winners who will be announced, or 9 odd winners will be announced across these 3 categories. Our commitment is to all the 48 startups that are here. We will continue to work with you. We'll continue to help you access corporates, investors, mentors through the TIE network. Our job will not be done till each of you are successful. And I think that is the commitment I can speak on behalf of all the co-chairs of the Venturize. I see T.R. Anand, Rahul Mathur, Sanjeev, who spend hours. So for us, it is about the success of the startup equals the success of Karnataka and the investor meet here. So I just want to share my commitment to each of you here that the journey just begins now, and we have a long road ahead, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure that your journeys as entrepreneurs are successful. We are able to bring out innovations that will make Bangalore, Karnataka proud. And at the next gym, we want to be able to showcase to say that, listen, what began in 2025, January or February at the Global Investors Meet, this is the outcome that it has culminated to, and that is the target that we will have. So thank you very much for being here. Thanks to all of our supporters, charter members, for being a part of this journey. And look forward to an electrifying next 3 days. We got a bunch of very, very interesting conversations between today and tomorrow when we're having corporate roundtables as well. And of course, the valedictory is on the 14th when the finalists, the final prize winners will be announced. So thank you so much. So look forward to working together and have a fantastic investors meet. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madan, for setting the context for the Venture Rise Conclave and what you said is going to be 2 amazing days that lie ahead. Now, both Dr. Selvakumar and Mr. Madan very briefly spoke about Venture Rise, and I'm sure all of you are very eager to learn more on the same. I'd like to now invite onto the stage Rajesh Gopal, Program Director of Venture Rise, to give us an overview of Venture Rise and, of course, move into the jury felicitation and the acknowledgement of the mentor contributions as well. Over to you, Rajesh.
Thanks, Justin. Good morning to all of you. Really delighted to see, the kind of culmination of about 8 months of effort, which Madan talked about. So we are at that stage where all the effort that we put in is kind of coming to fruition. So really happy to be quickly sharing with you how that story evolved. Okay, so we have I have a couple of slides. Can you just run that, please? Okay, so we started with a curtain raiser in June 2024, where thanks to all the support that we have continued to get from the Department of Commerce and Industries, we actually kicked off Venture Rise. This was followed by the actual launch of applications in August 2024, where we also talked about how this edition is bigger and better compared to the previous one. And as you know, sequels actually struggle to keep pace with the first one, but in this case, we've actually done a far better job. We've tripled the prize money, as Madan mentioned, and that essentially meant that the responsibility on all of us to actually create value through the program just became that much more. So what did we do here? We actually looked at 3 focus areas aligned with the Global Investors Meet, which is ESDM, Aerospace and Defense, and EV and Clean Mobility. From the industry, we actually sourced problem statements, and I must acknowledge all the support that I got from the steering committee. We have Rahul Mathur in the sitting out there. We've got Mr. Sanjeev Keskar there. They're ones who kind of worked with the industry folks to craft these problem statements for ESDM, for EV and clean mobility, and for aerospace and defense. So what we really focused on was how could startups really solve a specific problem that the industry was facing. We then went on to the evaluation process, and this was again a very rigorous process that we put into place, a 3-stage process where we first shortlisted 238 startups, who then went through came down to a list of 48, for which we actually worked with a 10-member interim jury. Hopefully some of them are there in this room at this point in time. They helped us to bring the list down to the top 48. And then we get on to where we are right now, which is the top 48 actually pitch tomorrow to a grand jury, which is a completely different set of people, people of eminence, people who understand the sector, who have worked with startups. So the startups will actually be pitching to that jury tomorrow. We've talked about sponsors, so I will not spend time on this. We had a bunch of ecosystem partners who actually helped us to reach to these startups. Beyond, of course, the Thai Global Network, these are all our partners who helped us to get applications. I wanted to commend the effort of our steering committee. You have them in the audience right now. They are the brains behind the challenge. I also want to call upon some of the team members who helped us put this together. So we have Surut, Vinay, and Suresh in the audience, and of course the TIE Bangalore team. This is a list of the interim jury who helped us to actually down select. So if what we would like to do is, if some of the interim jury members are there, I would actually like to call upon them, and we'd like to acknowledge their effort. So if I know Deepak Agarwal is probably here. If there are anybody else who from the list that you can see out here, please do let us know. We'll be happy to commend your all the effort and support that you have provided us. Yeah, so that's on the interim jury. This is a list of, so we didn't stop with the selection process. We actually co-opted a bunch of 48 mentors who helped us to work with these startup founders to help them pitch better, right? Okay, so I think we have at least one interim jury member out here, right? So that's Mr. Subramanya Ulal, I guess, right, from SASMOS. So can I request, Dr. Selva Kumar to kind of hand over a token of our appreciation and gratitude to you, sir, right? Thank you so much. Okay, if we don't have anybody else, then we can kind of move on to the next item on the agenda. So we can actually get started with there, because we did want to, looks like some of the interim jury that we had called over are still not here. So we will ensure their mementos get to them. Yep. Justin. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Rajesh, for the overview on Venturize, and of course, felicitating the interim jury and the acknowledgement of the mentor contribution as well. We will now have the unveiling of the book by K. Ganesh, Mastering Disruption, a practical guide to understanding new age business models. Just to mention that the book has already been launched and is available in the market, but we'd like to sort of unveil it to the audience here. I'd like to invite K. Ganesh up on stage and request Dr. S. Selvakumar and Mr. Madan Parikhi to unveil the book by K. Ganesh. Once again, the book is titled Mastering Disruption, a practical guide to understanding new age business models. On that note, I'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank Dr. S. Selvakumar, the Principal Secretary, Department of Commerce and Industries, Government of Karnataka, for joining us this morning. And I'd like to thank Mr. Madan Parki as well. I request you to please take your seats with the audience. Coming up in just a bit is our first keynote for the day on the topic Building Iconic Brands in a Noisy World, Lessons for Startup Founders. We will be joined by our speaker, Agnes Evangelidis, co-founder of Nothing, in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to request all of you to please kindly remain seated. We'll start in just a bit. I'd like to invite on stage in the interim Rahul Mathur and Sanjeev Keskar to talk to us about the process of Venture Rise.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, this process started with Gunjan Madam, who is Secretary of Industries at Government of Karnataka way back almost in the month of June, where our TIE committee and she had a call about deciding the theme, what should be the theme. And it was a very intense discussion, and there were industry participation like Lamb Research, AMD, and a few more industries were there. And from TIE team, T.R. Anand sir and Rahul Mathur and Rajesh and me, we were involved in every call. We had almost 4 to 5 calls just to decide the theme of the contest. And it was such a wonderful experience because different ideas were coming, and eventually we zeroed down that, okay, the 3 emerging verticals where the startups are really playing a majority role are ESDM, Electronic System Design and Manufacturing, Electric Vehicle, and Aerospace and Defense. So we decided that this year, in second edition of Venture Rise, we will have 3 themes, one for ESDM, one for EV, and one for Aerospace Defense. And then Rahul, my colleague and friend, decided that, okay, he will champion for EV and Aerospace Defense, and I decided that I will champion for ESDM. And we started doing the groundwork. Okay, then that theme should be crystallized. It should be such a theme that there should be a problem statement which should be open enough, not something very specific where only few industries can participate in. So let's say let me talk about electronics, that we came up with a problem statement that it should be really the IoT connectivity solution to solve smart city problems. It can be pollution related problem, it can be traffic related problem, it can be parking related problem. So it is an open statement that, okay, you come up with a solution based on smart connectivity and smart IoT to really solve the smart city problem, whatever it may be. And so it became an open statement. Similarly, Rahul worked on A&D and also for EV. And then we roll out the program. We had a very good launch. Then we created a website. We created the system, how the startups can participate in this particular program. And as Mr. Rajesh mentioned, we are really thrilled to see 961, close to 1,000 entries came after we launched the program. Then the next biggest challenge was how to really select the right shortlisted companies. Out of that, close to 1,000 companies. So we decided the system, okay, within the matrix what we worked out, let's first internal team put up an Excel sheet where we will give a weightage and do the marking system. And that's how we brought down that list to almost 350 or close to 400. And then the next job was for expert. So we decided, okay, we will form an interim jury panel who are from industry and who are technology expert. And they will able to shortlist further. We gave them a goal that in 3 verticals, approximately there were entries around 8,200. So we gave them a goal that, okay, we want 15 out of these 8,200. And there were presentations by each of these startups, and you have to go through that presentation and then figure out whether they are fit into the theme, what is the creativity, what is the innovation, what is the competency of the team, at what level they are, and whether the real problem is going to solve by that particular solution. And eventually, I'm really happy, all the interim juries did a wonderful job. They gave us 16 candidates for each of the vertical. So today we have now brought down from close to 1,000 to 48. And now tomorrow we are going to have a pitching session of 16 candidates for each vertical. And we have formed a very fantastic grand jury panel who is going to decide now winners from the each vertical 16 who will be the top 3. So it was a Herculean task. Let me really compliment Rajesh and entire TIE team. Okay, we were just supporting, but day in, day out, managing those Excel, reaching out to interim jury, collecting the data was a very tedious job, and they have done it so remarkably. So big round of applause for TIE team. Thank you very much, and look forward to a great event.
Thank you very much indeed, Sanjeev Keskar, for giving us that overview on Venture Rise. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored and privileged to have with us this morning our keynote speaker, Arkis Evangelidis, co-founder of Nothing. I'd like to invite him onto the stage. Request all of you to please give him a warm round of applause. He'll be talking to us on the topic, Building Iconic Brands in a Noisy World, Lessons for Startup Founders. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arkis Evangelidis.
Hello, everyone. Morning. I guess a bit of a sense check. First, how many of you are aware of Nothing? Okay. At least, yeah, some marketing today for a few of you. And how many of you are starting a business? Okay, hopefully some learnings. And any students? Eh? Cool. So I've prepared a few slides. Do we have them up? But yeah, quick intro, maybe about myself. Yeah, so I'm part of the co-founding team of Nothing. We started 4 years ago. Yeah. We started 4 years ago. It's been quite a journey. And, you know, I think moments like this kind of take us a bit out of the day-to-day business as usual and kind of reflect on the past. So yeah, I've been doing some of that this morning and been putting a few slides together, hopefully sharing some of those learnings and a bit of the journey we've been through and hopefully inspiring a few of you and at minimum, hopefully taking some learnings with you today. DJ, how are we doing on the presentation? Nothing is coming up. Let's see, you already got it. Any nothing users? 1, 2, 3. Nice. Which products? Nothing one. Amazing. That was a hell of a product to pull off. It was our first smartphone. We launched back in 2022. Yeah, it was really hard because, you know, the value chain of the smartphone is huge, you know, from supply chain to R&D, to go-to-market, to marketing, and you got to get everything right. If anything kind of doesn't work, then eventually your product fails. And I think with Phone 1 at the time, it was a bit crazy because it was our first smartphone, so we had to kind of onboard all the supply chain. At the same time, we had to build the product, hire the teams to help build that product, and kind of prepare the whole kind of launch plan, board sales partners, all the kind of marketing plans. And to make things easier, it was in the middle of COVID as well. So it was quite an intense period, but everything went well in the end. Otherwise, I guess I wouldn't be here today. All right, we're on. Or not. What about the other guys? What products are you using? Which product you use? Oh, you didn't raise your head when I asked for just you, yeah? Cool. My man, what product are you using? 2A Plus. Awesome. The latest one. It's getting an upgraded version in 21 days. We're launching the 3A. Reason, we can start maybe with Q&As then, until we get the session up. So first question, what's the reason behind the name? So I'm actually, I was born in Greece, so initially I was looking in the Greek mythology, you know, like going through a bunch of names and kind of inspirations and so on, and we wanted to find a name that has a real meaning. And every time we would find something that would make sense, you know, we couldn't get the social media handles, or the sort of, the website wasn't available or way too expensive. And actually we're kind of keep on searching for like 2 weeks. And we were, at some point, we had a few names. We were going to compromise on the social media handles and so on. And actually Carl Pei, our co-founder and CEO, he was, okay, what's the end state of technology? You know, what's the ultimate goal? And we're kind of brainstorming, and all of a sudden he came up with, what about nothing? You know, when you think about it, the end state of technology is to kind of integrate all around you, empowering you to do more, yet feel like nothing. You know, once everything is like super well, seamlessly interconnected, I think that's the sort of the future of technology. Like building a whole product ecosystem, working all together seamlessly. Almost you kind of don't notice it, but it's all around you and kind of empowering you to do more. And then we're like, okay, that could work. Nothing, it's good. You know, it gets people to kind of think about it. Then we went on Twitter. There was an account at Nothing, but no one had posted for like 7 years. And in terms of conditions, that's the sort of the bare requirement to still keep the handle. And then the Instagram account, you couldn't register it. So we emailed a few friends at Twitter back then, and Instagram. And after 24 hours, we had the 2 handles. Nothing.tech was available. So we're like, all right, let's go. And we can do some more questions now. We have the presentation up. Thank you. Cool. So first, I guess, focus on like 3 points today. Hopefully, you know, I've been attending a lot of talks like this, and you know, it's great to see people doing well, and thank you, Moment, doing well and so on. But I don't have the pretension to tell you how you should be doing things today, but kind of walking you across our journey and hopefully kind of getting some of the learnings that kind of enable us to succeed. So the first point, trust the process, especially for the students here today. I'm going to start talking a bit about my journey. You know, I'm not the sort of serial entrepreneur, college dropout, that kind of built something crazy out of my garage. My kind of journey is a lot more kind of traditional. And I'm betting like key moments that made it kind of to where I am today and kind of starting nothing. So I started at Club Med as a tennis coach to pay my tuition fees for university. Studied at Business School in London. Then I did my first placement year in Universal Pictures. And actually, my final stage interview, the guy was a huge fan of Club Med. So it was the only thing that he saw on my CV, the fact that I was a tennis coach there. And kind of, we got along right away, and it was kind of pretty much a home run the whole interview. Then I joined Sony. There I was a product marketing manager for, at the time they just had launched the A7 series, so I was a product marketing manager for the lenses. And then I did a transition with Sony Xperia. So that was my first experience in the sort of mobile space. But then the sort of 9 to 5 was a bit kind of boring for me. It was early in my career. I wasn't kind of getting too driven by it. So I started applying a bit everywhere. And this kind of company reached out and kind of invited me for an interview. And crazy story, I haven't told that story too much, but it was a company called OnePulse. And, you know, I went on Google, OnePulse, what is this? I started Googling it. And I guess from a kind of SEO standpoint, OnePlus came up. And it was early days of OnePlus. They were just about to launch the OnePlus One at the time. There was a lot of buzz with the invitations. And for me, it just made sense because, you know, I was working as a campaign manager within Sony Xperia, and those guys are reaching out eventually to offer me a job. So I started searching about OnePlus, getting hyped up, seeing the invite system and so on. And then I realized that they didn't have any offices in London, so I go back to the email and I realized it had nothing to do with OnePlus. It was OnePulse and it was a research and insight company. But then I got so hyped up about OnePlus at the time that I just sent my CV. And then a week later, they reached out. They had a position for me, so I flew to Shenzhen at the time. It was quite a small company. And then worked there with Carl and the team for quite a few years, developed the business in Europe, then took on the launch of the OnePlus Nord, and then we kind of transitioned into the nothing journey. So nothing, I think we always kind of were working towards a much grander kind of strategy in terms of, but it has been a really kind of step-by-step approach. So we started year one. It was pretty much about building the sort of proof of concept, and we did that with our first earbuds, A1. And people at the time thought we were crazy to even think about kind of entering this industry. And for us, we wanted to, in a way, prove them wrong. You know, the low-hanging fruit was design differentiation because everything sort of looked quite boring, looked the same. So we launched A1 at the time. It ended up being a huge success. I remember we auctioned the first 100 products on StockX, which is a US kind of sneaker platform. The first product auctioned for over $1,000. And then overall, A1 did 500,000 units we sold on that year, and which enabled us to kind of raise more money and start kind of working on the smartphone. Then the Phone One story, you already know about it. It was a crazy time for us, but again, it was a huge launch. We managed to sell over 700,000 units. And I guess more importantly, we're the only smartphone brand in the last 10 years to launch a smartphone successfully because, again, as mentioned before, the value chain is extremely complex. And then if you don't get everything right, then you go quite rapidly bankrupt. It's a really tough business, but we did that successfully with Phone One. And then we ramped up into our third year. And whereas in Phone One, we're working with a lot of like external partners, for Phone Two, we're able to internalize our product capabilities and really kind of refined the overall user experience, including not only looking at hardware design, but also software design for the first time. And then, I guess, yeah, that year we delivered on the true flagship experience. And for me, what kind of sums it up is MKBHD giving us the most improved smartphone of the year. And then we had done this, and sort of across the first 3 years, we really had built a sort of unique positioning for the Nothing products. And last year was all about scaling. So for us, we kind of start entering different segments and bringing this unique product offering when it comes to Nothing, both from the hardware and software experience. And overall, we did that successfully. It was a lot of stress exactly just a year ago as we were about to launch 2A series, but the market reception was incredible. Yeah, by the end of the year, we had crossed 7 million products. And the previous year, just for a kind of scale comparison, we had just crossed, end of 2023, we had just crossed 2 million products. So we sold over 5 million products just last year. And this is a quick kind of recap in terms of where we are at. But the key thing here is like, you know, each year had a specific strategy leading up to something bigger. And I think it's definitely something that you kind of need to kind of break it down. While you're kind of working towards a grander vision, it's very important to think short term, how you navigate and what are going to be your different kind of stage gates. Then brand. I think there is a lot of like misconception about what brand is, and it's definitely a lot of people kind of going to product development and things like this, and brand comes as an afterthought. And for us, I think that has been a core strength that, you know, we took brand very seriously from day one, something that was at the core of our business and kind of trickled down across all the different user touch points. And I think the misperception is like there is people confused in terms of brand being solely about recognition. You know, it's not only about, oh, I know this brand, but it's more about the perception, you know, touching on softer values, so touching on emotional connection with the brand. And eventually, that's where you want to be getting to. You know, it's not just people to recognize your brand and just working on some fancy colors, but what are the sort of emotional triggers that your brand creates? And at the start of that, it's pretty much, it starts with having a strong kind of storytelling anchored in the sort of issues you're trying to solve. And for us at the time when we got together and started thinking about creating Nothing, was pretty much we were quite bored about the industry. You know, everything kind of looked the same. You know, we weren't tuning in any kind of keynotes. You know, all the products had like small iterations. I think now it's slightly changing with kind of AI coming up, but at the time it was, yeah, not much to look forward to. So for us, this was kind of clear in terms of be aligned with the co-founding team and something we wanted kind of to build towards. And quite rapidly, we had this motion of like bringing back that excitement, you know, that excitement we felt when we saw the first iPhone being launched, you know, interacting with the first iPod. We're kind of chasing that initial feeling that we kind of experienced growing up. And quite rapidly, we kind of went into this, defining our mission. It was just bringing back the fun back, you know, making tech fun again. And that had a lot of implication in terms of how we would do this. And the first one was, okay, if we make tech fun again, it's sort of about redefining the relationship between people and technology. And especially at the time, there was a lot of negativity around, you know, social media usage, reaching like peak levels of depressions, you know, data privacy and all that stuff. There was a lot of negativity around tech as a whole. So for us, was kind of almost we're thinking about removing those barriers between people and technology, you know, bringing them closer, both emotionally, but then also visually. So quite rapidly, we went down this kind of transparent design language across our products to kind of really represent that in a strong way. And then, when this was aligned, was pretty much also defining what our typography is, you know, and here what we did was like going back in the sort of essence of product development and manufacturing and looking at different visual elements, and we're really kind of like this kind of end dot approach, and this kind of, that's led to our experimenting around the Nothing logo, but also bringing this kind of end dot matrix across our fonts. Then it's around defining your colors. So here we're quite inspired by the IBM mainframe era. You know, it was like a sense, there was so much excitement about technology back then. It was sort of picking up, opening new possibilities in terms of what we could do and we're quite inspired by that. So kind of bring some of that world, sort of retro futuristic and the color palette into our overall brand identity. And then once you've got your sort of mission defined, it's well anchored within your company, once you've got all your kind of visual elements being well defined, it's just then ensuring that your execution kind of is super coherent across the board. So here, for instance, is our London store. This is a kiosk inspired by, it used to be a hot dog stand during the Soviet Union, sort of this kind of retro futuristic timeless design. So we did a pop-up in London, quite cool, again with the sort of red color associated to nothing. E1 was a fun one because, you know, we had this kind of really strong alignment right from the start of building nothing. And actually transparency was extremely hard to pull off because you have all those kind of intricate details to get right because otherwise they're visible. This is not only now about designing the outside but also the inside and getting things like the gluing right all across the sort of product so it doesn't kind of, you cannot see the glue. It was a lot of complications. So it was a few months before launching A1, we almost settled to just launch the transparent earbuds, but eventually the case to be quite basic and not transparent. And we had a bit of a fight among the co-founding team. And we went back to our roots and sort of the initial brand alignment and kind of what we're working towards. And eventually we kind of put the time and effort to hopefully get the casing right. But I think if we hadn't made that decision back then, again, it's one of those elements I don't think I would be here talking about nothing today. And then just keeping coherent, you know, this is our social media, so that sort of, you know, brand identity remains quite coherent all across the board. And yeah, looking at users, looking at media, I think we are on our way. Still a long way to go in terms of making tech fun again, but we did bring back that sort of excitement that we once felt when we were kids, looking at all the tech product launches. And this is a good start. We're not there yet. We have a long way to go, but hopefully going to be getting there. And then the last topic to touch base on is our marketing. You know, it's for us, we're competing against the giants of the world that have infinite more resources. So the way, and if you're starting a business today, especially in B2C, you really need to kind of carefully think about how you're going to be rolling out marketing. And one thing we like to kind of look at is asymmetric advantages. This was actually one of the early slides we had in our first kind of investor deck. Going against the bigger brands out there is not only about doing things better, but doing things differently. If it's just about kind of improving what they do, you'll never have the money to do that properly. So, of course, you need to do some of that, but to a certain extent. But you really need to focus how you can kind of innovate, do things differently. Here, we've definitely been looking a lot in terms of other industries, in terms of best practices. You know, for instance, I've been inspired by Jacquemus. It's a fashion luxury brand, French one that's been sort of that managed to break through in the luxury fashion industry in a quite strong way and started literally from nothing. Gymshark as well, an apparel brand that kind of went against Nike and has built an over $1 billion business. And all those brands in different industries but that have the same issues in terms of like competing against the giants of the world. And then your agility is your strength, right? Like those big companies have this kind of very corporate-driven processes and so on. So for us, it's always about kind of being able to test fast, incorporating and improving those strategies, and not sticking to the sort of corporate red tape. Then the low-hanging fruit as well for anyone starting a B2C business is community. You know, like there is no debate here. The strongest form of marketing is someone telling you, hey, Akis, I love this product. You should be buying this product if you think of buying a new smartphone. And this is so powerful. The big corporations cannot kind of do that. They don't have the sort of proximity with users. And for us, it has been extremely important ever since we started. And actually, when we kind of start talking about nothing on social media, even without kind of launching a product, we're seeing that excitement across users. So what we did for our Series A, we did a community investment round where we allowed the users to invest in the company, because for us, it was not only about being there, being exciting and cheering for nothing, but we want to give the ability for people to have skin in the game. And then gradually across the year, we've been kind of incorporating more and more those users and sort of blurring the line between users and company. And this year we took, I guess, the most ambitious co-creation project. We did this kind of community edition, which was fully redesigned by our users. So we had different stages, and they came in for hardware, software, for the overall box, as well as for the whole launch marketing campaign, and everything was led by users. And basically, if you look today at our social media, we have by far the highest engagement across the whole industry. And this is a result of us being super engaged with our community, nurturing that, and also getting them super engaged. And as a new business, for you is really your low-hanging fruit and sort of almost your competitive advantage towards those biggest corporations that cannot sustain that proximity with the end users. And the last one, content. Actually, there is another last one. Content, very, very easy. We've been documenting our journey ever since we started. I think especially if you're targeting a younger generation, that value authenticity, that value transparency, that buy into the brand. This is the low-hanging fruit. Everyone can start, taking the smartphone, creating content, put it out there. And again, that's what sort of enabled us to build a very strong connection with our audience and get those very high level of engagement. And more importantly, it's pretty much free marketing. As you can see, there's millions and millions of free views. So again, something we've been kind of doing ever since we started and scaling quite aggressively. And in those big corporations, they all have those kind of traditional marketing playbooks, media investment, and all that stuff. But again, I think all the business now, you should be looking at Gen Zs, and I have this concept that's basically marketing at the speed of culture. Like we live in such a fast-paced environment, culture is so fast-moving, and having the ability to be on top of it, to kind of, tap into those moments that all the Gen Zs and kind of they consume a lot of social media and so on, ensuring you have the ability to hug those moments and to kind of build a team that's, have that mindset towards approaching things. Social media is not just about like posting product renders, but really thinking about what's going on in the culture space, what are people talking online, and being able to hug those moments. So here was when Jaguar did their whole kind of rebranding. Our social manager just went on herself actually and kind of twist that into Copy Jaguar. They had the overall campaign, Copy Nothing. And that triggers like millions and millions of impression engagement across social media, a lot of coverage. And having that ability to be on top of trend, not only you're going to be getting a lot of free exposure, but also building that element of like relevance towards the younger generation, which is sort of tuned in day out into the social media. And that's it. So yeah, a few kind of the learnings and some of the key moments across our journey. So yeah, I hope that some of this is inspiring, some of these are learning points for you guys, and yeah, I'll be around for a while. I'm not sure if you want to do a Q&A or should we just wrap it up? Okay, we'll wrap it up, but I'll be around if there are any questions or anything you want to discuss. Thank you.
I'd like to request all of you to please give Akis a big round of applause once again. He's come a very long way to be with us here at this event. We'd like to thank you for your keynote address. I'd like to request Mr. B.J. Arun, Chairman of Thai Global Board of Trustees, to please come forward and present Arkis Evangelitis with a small token of our appreciation. That was Arkis there talking to us on building iconic brands in a noisy world. Thank you, Arkis, once again. We're going to be moving into our first fireside chat for this event on the topic Mastering Disruption and Understanding New Age Business Models. I'd like to introduce our speaker to you while the stage is getting set. We have with us Ganesh Krishnan, promoter and founder director of brands like Big Basket, Porty Medical, Bluestone, Home Lane, and other new age startups, to name a few. Ganesh is a seasoned entrepreneur with a proven track record of launching 4 successful ventures, which he eventually exited. He's also the founder and partner at growthstory.in. He is an active angel investor and is a mentor and incubator for startups. He's been recognized as one of the iconic entrepreneurs of India by the National Knowledge Commission and was a nominee for the Economic Times Entrepreneur of the Year 2015. Please give him a huge round of applause as we welcome him to this event. I'd like to request him to please come up on stage. And the interlocutor for this fireside chat is Madan Patki, President, Thai Bangalore. Please welcome them with a round of applause, and it's over to you, Madan and Ganesh.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, everybody. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with somebody who's disrupted across sectors, industries. Ganesh, thank you for joining us this morning.
Pleasure is mine. When I've been around for a long time, we know each other. We have done this before. So.
Exactly. No, I was just
bald and old people.
I'll soon be getting there. But I was reflecting there on our first meeting almost 25 years ago, when I was starting out Meritrack, and customer asset happened to be our first customer.
Correct.
I still remember coming into your office, I think even before you were operating out of a small place in Domlur.
Domlur, yeah.
And I remember, being fascinated when you were explaining that this is the BPO, and the first time I'd heard the word BPO or ITES.
Yeah.
Right? And from then on, you've been at it, Ganesh. You've disrupted. I mean, you're the first guys to get started out, among the first guys to get started out on setting up a BPO. And then, of course, with Marketex, much before analytics was fashionable, and subsequently the magic that you did with Tutor Vista, and subsequently Portia and Home Lane and whatnot. So what is that? So 2 questions, Ganesh, to start off with. What is your mindset? How do you look at industries, sectors, segments, and say, hey, this is something different I'm going to do? And your book also, you talked about the whole disruptors mindset. Maybe we can kickstart with that, with your own experiences.
Thanks for the kind words of introduction. I distinctly remember your Meritrack days and my customer asset. Customer asset, incidentally, is now known as First Source.
Yeah.
It's part of the Sanjeev Goenka group. It's one of the top 3 listed BPOs. At that time, when BPO word itself was not coined. No, so firstly, couple of caveats for all of you. All of you are entrepreneurs here in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Caveat number 1, we will talk about some of the nice things and successes, but trust me, for every one such thing, there are 10 other failures and 2 very stupid ideas. We will not talk about it because we look at what the successes and do that. So that's really caveat 1. And 2, being a management graduate and teaching at ISB and IM Bangalore now as adjunct faculty, we are very good at making claims, models. When some things work, we take full credit for it. I will take a lot of credit. And when things don't work, we blame it on the government, on the weather, on pollution, on traffic and all of that stuff. So take it with a pinch of salt. If something sounds too good to be true, take it with a bucket of salt. If you want to know where to buy the bucket of salt, bigbasket.com. If you put Thai or Mother Padaki as the code, you will get 1% discount because e-commerce works on discounts with that. No, seriously, what I'm going to share is my view of it. It's not the only view, and I've been often wrong. So having said that, the way I look at it, Madan, is that in India, we have huge problems that everything is broken. We just heard a fascinating presentation. To do stuff like that is tough. Okay. In India, because everything is broken, and I'm saying that in the good sense. I've lived all my 63 years in India, studied in India, worked in India, so I'm an Indophile, so I love India. But everything is broken, right from traffic to roads to water, electricity. So our thesis across all ventures have been, if you are able to find a pain point, which there are plenty around you, and come with some kind of a way to change the status quo. Use technology, use online, use Indian resources for US market. Do some disruption, is a wrong word. Do something different to challenge the status quo, then you can build valuable businesses. The underlying theme is simple. For us, Indian entrepreneurs, everything is broken is a great opportunity, not good as citizens, but good as entrepreneurs. Two, thanks to technology, data, analytics, whatever you want to use, if you can come and disrupt the status quo, you can build a large business. And the underlying theme is, I'm not brilliant, I don't have a magic wand, I can't outdo existing Infosys or existing retail operator. But if I deliver online, or I can't do a Manipal hospital you're very familiar with, I can't build a better hospital than Manipal, okay, right? But if I can do out of hospital care, then I can change it. So a common thing, large pain points, core sectors, and some disruptive way of changing the status quo.
Okay. And I think I can see the pattern that you've done that across all the ventures. Now, one of the challenges that we see, or one of the stories that we hear, or things that we see in the market is people are copying models blindly, right? You know, you take delivery or cabs, Uber model coming into Ola, whatever. What do you feel about, as you said, the large problems that we have? How do we create our own innovations for the Indian market? And what is your perspective on IP? And I also want to bring in especially the context of DPI, the digital public infrastructure that we're seeing being rolled out at a massive scale, and that's hitting almost every other sector now. If you were to look at that from a technology angle, which is truly the democratization of tech, how do you bring these two together, the innovation and tech, which is now becoming more and more available rather than we having to innovate on tech?
Yeah, I know. I think it's a fascinating question, and that's a great opportunity for all of us now for the next at least 10 years, okay, right? Democratization and digital public infrastructure. I'll talk about it, but let me first touch upon this copying model. You have seen this, you have done this in Meritrack, which is a different model. I personally feel there is nothing wrong in copying. Okay, right? If you have something working globally, bringing it to India, if you see Tesla, if you see battery manufacturing, if you see electric vehicles, if you see technology being done, trying to do that in India, people may snigger that it's copying, but to me, it's perfectly fine. Okay, right? So one, there is no negative connotation attached with copying business model, Amazon of India, Uber of India, or anything like that. That's Airbnb of India. The second is, like I mentioned, the Indian problems and situation is so unique. Even if you do copy, you have to literally innovate everything. And you have seen the Flipkart race, right?
Yes.
When Flipkart started in India, Indian environment, ecosystem was not conducive to doing Amazon in India. That's why Amazon did not start in India. Why? Credit card penetration was low, online trust was low, cash on delivery does not exist in the US. There was no overnight courier. FedEx in US, overnight shipment is possible across US. That was fundamental for Amazon to succeed. That was not available in India. Third-party couriers and what we have today was not available. I'm talking about 2005, 6, 7, 8 time frame. So Flipkart had to build a payment ecosystem, logistics ecosystem, cash on delivery, returns, reverse logistics, all of warehouses, everything together. So even though it's a copy of Amazon model in India, the amount of innovation is substantially high, and which we see it again and again everywhere. Take healthcare, for example. In UK, it is NHS, it's government way. In US, most of it is insurance, private or otherwise. In India, it's self-pay. 1/3 of the people, less than 1/3 are insured. So you have to solve for a price point differently, for a self-pay differently. So I think at one level, copying is good. If you can copy and execute in India, I think there is enough innovation because of the challenges of India to be able to do it. The other thing, digital public infrastructure is the envy of the world. I mean, you see anywhere you go in the world, they talk about how advanced our digital public infrastructure has become. I mean, in Bangalore, in the center of the city, you will have potholes, but the digital public infrastructure in the remotest place will get you almost the cheapest internet cost. I think that as the basis, just like in US or in developed countries, roads, railroads led to development. Here, the digital public infrastructure is phenomenal opportunity. ONDC, account aggregator. Take Namayatri, for example. Okay, right? It's unbelievable that is there. Also associated with it is the SME margins in India is low. So the traditional way in US SMEs do by listing on platforms and paying a platform fee or platform tax of 25%, 30%, 40%, can't work in India because they don't have that kind of a margin. So you need a Namayatri kind of solutions by which you do it. And again, top opportunity, if you ask me, next 10 years, build on digital public infrastructure available in India. You can build lots of businesses.
Wonderful. I think completely resonate with that thought. I think this whole, when we had done the Thai Global Summit last month, the whole theme was democratization of entrepreneurship. And this whole democratization of tech is playing a huge role in startups coming in from not just Bangalore, but every nook and corner of the country. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can be anywhere. You have access to the same or better quality of internet. You don't have the pollution that we have. At least Bangalore, we are lucky. But if you go to NCR or something like that, you'll complain about it. You have a different kind of a environment there. Here, you don't have all of this. You have more time, better quality of life, and you can build the same startup. I mean, Thai Bangalore is doing a lot of effort in the tier 2, tier 3.
Yeah. We now have Thai chapters now in Mangalore, Mysore, Hubli, Dharwad. We are starting off Kalburgi. You know, I was in Gadag last week and I met so many young entrepreneurs who says, why isn't there an entrepreneur ecosystem here? What can we do? So there is a huge...
You'll find next waves coming from there because they have more time, same aspiration, more hunger and...
Absolutely. And I think, Ganesh, with that, I think we can apply for a entry into the Guinness Book of World Records because we have spent 15 minutes without the word or the letters AI coming into our conversation. Especially given where we are. So let me bring that in before the audience says, what the hell, nobody's talking about AI. I mean, of course, the book is all about mastering disruption and new age business models. And we've seen in the last couple of years how AI is truly bringing in like unimaginable kind of disruptions to everything that we do. What is your take? And as entrepreneurs in this room, what is the lens that we should look at harnessing AI? What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I'm happy to share my thoughts, but again, a caveat, I'm a bald old man, okay, right? Trying to understand this generative AI, okay, right? Even for somebody who has been in the technology space, is very tough. It's fascinating, and every time I try to think of it, something new happens. So still very early stage, lot of learnings, and lot of things have to unfold. But some of the things that have fascinated me in terms of working through our startups or looking at it, one is very clear. See, we had internet, we had website, we had e-commerce, we had apps, we had mobile internet, social media, cloud. they all were, I think, slightly more gradual. Okay, right? That led to a lot of democratization, that people in Bellary can actually do a startup, use cloud infrastructure, and the upfront starts are low, plug in to plug and play, do API with apps and do that. All of that is well known. Now suddenly this generative AI concept, okay, is going much deeper. And some of the things that fascinates me is how it is able to redefine the workflow, whatever is the workflow that you're looking at. Let me explain what I mean. Okay, earlier, last 10, 15 years, SaaS from India, SaaS as a global thing, took off. Took off on the basis of the fact that you could do cloud infrastructure, you could do inside sales, you could sit here and sell, which was not possible before SaaS came in. So SaaS, whether Freshworks, Zoho, established themselves. That was fine. Now you're talking, but those were all tools for people to use. Okay, right? And you are replacing an enterprise software like a Salesforce or Oracle with your SaaS software. All good. That's why you have multi-billion-dollar corporation. That's why SaaS taken on. Now is really disruptive, to use the cliche. What you're doing is that you're saying, I don't need the human being to use the tools. I can break up the task into modular tasks. I can have AI agents do each of the tasks, talk to each other. Okay, right? So essentially, you've changed the workflow by breaking into tasks, modularizing it, getting AI agents to do it. Now, that is a phenomenal shift. Okay, right? Obviously, it will touch and affect everybody. Let me take a simple example. Take case of corporate. Okay, right? You are a president of your company, senior manager. You want to book. You want to travel from Bangalore to Mumbai for 2 days. You have to do a booking. So what was the earlier workflow? Earlier workflow was that your assistant will talk to the admin department or corporate travel desk. They will open Make My Trip or Clear Trip or whatever. They will look at what is your entitlement. Can you stay at Taj? Can you stay at Trident? Can you stay there? They will look at they will ask your secretary, assistant, where your appointments are. Is it early morning? Do you have a breakfast meeting? Should they book there? They will look at your history to see what are the hotels that you have preferred in the past. Should they book near the airport? Should they book near the appointment? All of it they will do. So you have your secretary accessing your calendar, accessing your schedule. You have the corporate travel agent or travel desk accessing Make My Trip and doing that. Then your scheduling software. Somebody accessing the HR system to see what is your eligibility. Correct. If it's higher. All of this. So multiple software, multiple people. Now you talk about the whole thing replaced by agentic AI, where you don't need those software. You can go directly to Indigo and do that stuff. Your past history is there from the database which the agent will see. See, earlier human being needed a software. Now the agentic AI doesn't need a software. It just goes through your mail to find out where is it. So the workflow change substantially is going to be the single biggest disruption, and therefore opportunities to do this. The buzzword they use is not software as a service, but service as a software now. Okay, right?
Exactly. And kind of, I think it plays to whatever the theme that we are looking at Venturize as well and Invest Karnataka, right?
Yeah.
It truly forces us to reimagine the way we do things. As you said, it's not incremental. Everything else was incremental. This can be truly a challenge for all of us to reimagine the world using these tools.
Yeah, it is scary and a great opportunity, and scary because never has been such a kind of disruption available for us to be able to do.
Exactly. And it's available like this and changing every day.
Yeah.
I want to now just shift gears before we open it up for the audience. Ganesh, you've been a prolific angel investor, an investor, a promoter investor. You've kind of changed the way you looked at an investor as well, where you've gone and worked shoulder to shoulder with entrepreneurs building businesses. And in your book, you kind of talk about 3 things that an entrepreneur must look at, right? One, you've talked about revenue streams and how do you build unit economics and margins, and you've been a big fan of this whole subscription model. 2, you've talked about the network effect and how do you really leverage the network effect to grow enterprises. And third, end of the day, the vanity metrics or the sanity metrics, right? And you've seen the whole cycle, the booms and the bust cycles many times over. For entrepreneurs in the room, if you were to wear your investor hat and lens, what would your thoughts and advice be? How should we go about thinking about the businesses that we're building?
No, so I think one, again, while I can talk very nicely about it, wearing a professorial act, the fact is that I've been part and parcel of the ecosystem, being the perpetrator and culprit in many times of all the vanity metrics and of all the excesses that has been there. So please take it with a bucket of salt once again, that this is hindsight and coming this. When I was talking about vanity metrics, somebody said, used this word saying that you are talking about vanity metrics. It's like the saying that says, "So chuhe kaake haj ko chali billi, haj ko chali billi." So we've used all these vanity metrics and all of that in the past to be able to do that. No, I think very clearly from an investor side, the investment cycle goes through, you know this too well, huge upsides and hype cycles and down cycles. So, okay, huge euphoria, everybody wants to invest, over a Zoom call they will invest and all that stuff. Then it goes through a downturn when even profitable, nice, solid businesses will not get anybody, nobody will do it. There are times when you ask for an appointment, you will get appointment next day. There are times when 2 months, nobody will respond. So it goes through all cycles. So right now we are on the down cycle, but that also will come up. So we have seen enough. That's how I lost all my hair. Okay, right? So to be able to go through. So that is fine. So, but vanity metrics concept is interesting. See, it's very important to focus on the right metrics, and I talk about this in the book about chapter on vanity metrics. All of us, including me, get carried away when things are good. We use metrics that positions us in the best light. I don't know, latest if you have heard, all of you have heard, this Disney Hotstar and Unilever are having a major fight based on vanity metrics. Because November 2025, when the IPL was on, when the Unilever advertised, and Hotstar promised them to give certain number of impressions. All of you know about ad, right? Ad impressions. The Hotstar viewers saw the same Dove ad 150 times in a week, 150 times in a week. Okay. Obviously, social media went up. They were pissed off, saying that we don't want to be bombarded with Dove ads 150 times a week. Okay. Right? So Unilever obviously took it up with Disney Hotstar. Disney Hotstar said, no, we promised you 1 million impressions. We have given you 1 million impressions. Now we are talking about Disney Hotstar and Unilever. Look at the metric. 1 million impression. What Unilever thought was they will get 1 million unique impression, or almost 80% of it unique impression. What Hotstar did was 100,000 people showed it 10 times. That's an example of a vanity metric where it is there. The fight is going on. I don't know how it will get resolved. So using the metrics, similarly we do it with GMV. Okay, right? When our companies are valued on GMV, we show GMV. The discounts are shown not as part of GMV is shown in full, and discounts we show as marketing costs. Okay, returns we show as marketing costs, or other costs we show as GMV. So I think from an investor side, from an entrepreneur side, focusing on the core metric that matters is important. Use vanity metrics. Traffic is good, traffic to your website. But what is the bounce rate? What is the conversion? It's important to get that. The other thing also in metrics is that people confuse between leading metrics and lagging metrics. Okay? You say retention is low, churn is high. That's a lagging metrics. It has happened because of your NPS score is low, or the bounce rate has been high. There are some reasons by which it happen. Focusing on the leading metric to take corrective action will help the entrepreneur. Many of the times, especially happened post-COVID, you had companies which had raised money at large valuation are not able to raise any money. So you see unicorn is shutting down, or companies at this. Happens because the switch between a vanity metrics, which is okay. I also feel good when we talk about vanity metrics. Like somebody sent me a metric saying that your book is #1 seller on Amazon. Okay, right? Which is, I had to make that plug. Okay, right? So #1 seller on Amazon, which is great metric. But that doesn't mean anything. It depends on how many other books
Number one.
were there. Okay, right? No, this is distinctly number one. But what is the number? How many copies got sold?
Exactly.
Okay, right? And if nobody else has launched a book recently, and this is a recent book, it doesn't show it. Okay, right? So that is that. I just will share one interesting thing about metric. All of you have heard of Cobra effect? How many of you have heard of Cobra effect? Cobra effect, yeah, okay. Many have heard of Cobra effect. So this is a story during the British times when India, they had a lot of cobras. Okay, right? So they said we need to reduce the number of cobras. So they decided to say that you catch a cobra and give it, we will pay you certain money of it. So obviously Indian entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial spirit took over. They started breeding cobras. Okay, and slowly the government's spend on cobras suddenly increased. They realized how come there are now 10 times the cobras than normally that was there, because they were breeding. Then they stopped it. And obviously when they stopped it, people let the cobras out. Okay, right? So wrong metrics, focus on the wrong thing to happen. By the way, it's not unique to India. After all this happened, the Vietnamese copied it. It's called the Hanoi effect in Vietnam. They are not with cobras, with rats. But there they did something which is more stupid. Okay, right? They said you don't need to bring the, they didn't want the rats to be killed and brought and all that. You bring the tail of the rat. So the Vietnamese people, smart people did something. They used to cut the tail, okay, not kill the rat, leave the rat in the sewer so that the rat will breed further and further. So it was an exponential increase in the number of rats and exponential increase in the number of tails. Because even with tails, the rat can still breed. Okay, it used to happen. So that's an example of focusing on the right metric and not on the wrong metric to be able to.
Yeah. No, and, you know, talking of cobras and rats and the speed of delivering cobras, suddenly I was reminded of the speed of deliveries that we're getting in our homes, the new thing that we're getting used to, the tsunami of quick commerce that's hitting us. I just want to pick your thoughts on saying, if you were to apply the same metrics and look at the quick commerce revolution, where do you see that going, Ganesh? I mean, I'm sure you have a ringside view of the battle in that space.
Yeah, I mean, Tata's own 66% of big baskets. I'm not on the board anymore. We still have balance stake they do it. So I don't know full inside view, but some of the things simple. Incidentally, the quick commerce thing has caught all of us, including people like us who had investment in the space, by surprise.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't imagine, even now I can't really imagine what is the need of getting a Skoda car in 10 minutes or getting a phone in 10 minutes. Nothing happens in 10 minutes. You can't walk out, you can't cover 1 kilometer in 10 minutes in Bangalore, but we want thing to be. Food I can understand. You feel hungry during lunchtime, you want to order, you think about ordering at 12:30 when it's lunch and you want it to come. I can understand that. But groceries, suddenly you will not run out of this. I mean, just not understand. So when it started, it looked like a fad.
Yeah.
It looked like the typical thing that we call this the Koramangala crowd. Koramangala crowd basically is something, whatever you launch, they will download the app and they will try it out, okay, right? But that's not the real market, okay, right? It never will cross the chasm. It will never scale to a large thing, so we ignored it. But fast forward to today, consumer behavior has changed. People want in Q-commerce, if it's available in 10 minutes, they want it in 10 minutes. Why wait for 1 hour? So, and Big Basket obviously was caught by surprise. Also a challenge that a large existing leader cannot respond to everything immediately because they have to see whether it's there. Now they have caught up, but it was a late starter after Zepto and Blinkit and Swiggy on this. It is there to stay. I mean, it's what can I say? Very, very surprised as to where consumer behavior. What it is doing is more interesting. Okay, right? Now, quick commerce platform have become significant power players in the FMCG play. Okay, right? So if you're FMCG brand, you need to have it in Q-commerce platform. Otherwise, you're getting there. Earlier, the game for FMCG majors used to be different. What was the earlier game for FMCG majors? Mass media advertising, create a pull brand, distributor, wholesaler, Unilever will have retailers till the villages. So that was the game. Okay. Second game, one game change happened, not significant, was the e-commerce, where Flipkarts and Big Basket of the world had centralized warehouses from there they used to deliver. But Q-commerce has completely changed, okay, right? That you need to be on Q-commerce platform. So if you look at Q-commerce platform, the revenues and the money is really coming from the discounts and the promotions given by
the brands.
That's one change. Second thing which is very concerning, and there's a lot of talk about it, is for the first time the Kirana stores are under threat. Earlier with Flipkarts of the world or even Big Basket, Kirana store was not the problem. People used to still go because Big Basket used to cater to your monthly top-up purchases. It used to replace your Metro Cash and Carry or Reliance Retail or those places, not the Kirana stores. Kirana stores are under a huge threat because Q-commerce can really take over. And the third thing that we are fascinating stuff is Q-commerce is no longer about grocery alone. You're talking about everything, white goods on this. So very fascinating. Still early days, caught by surprise, but it's there to stay. I don't think any of us can do it with Q-commerce.
Yeah, I mean, I laughed when somebody said we're going to deliver 10 minutes. Now our house orders some 4 times a day, and it's all 10 minutes mein aa jayega na, so kya hai? And the interesting fact on this, Ganesh, is that the order value, when you order that 10 minutes, is never a large value, right? But the whole unit economics is always that stuns me to say, because when you're placing a 200 rupee, 300 rupee order, how will you ever make money?
That's exactly the thesis we had, and to be fair to us who were proved wrong, there were apps like TinyOwl and others which came up and which shut down.
Yeah.
Because the unit economics will not work. Even today it is not working. If you see the latest Swiggy and Zomato results and all that stuff, the losses they are carrying on behalf of Q-commerce is substantial. But the fact is consumer behavior has changed.
Yeah. Okay, so I think, with Ganesh, you can have a conversation on roti, kapda, makan, health, education, anything and everything, because you build businesses across. But let's take a pause here. We will take a few questions from the audience. If we can have the mics go around, please. Yes, there, we'll come there. We'll take 2-3 questions, 3-4 questions together and come back for a final conversation. Yes, can we get the mic here, please?
Hi, Madan and Mr. Ganesh. We met long ago. But my question to Mr. Ganesh is regarding the quick commerce. As you rightly mentioned, today you can see Zepto is spending every day 10 crore burning cash. I mean, how does this sound? I mean, any person who can crazily raise money, who can do anything like that. I mean, what about the other entrepreneurs who are trying to do something, so heavily rely on such investors? What you are advise to the young entrepreneurs who is raising funds?
Super. Thank you. We'll take another question. Quick commerce was a slick commerce, maybe. Yes, can we get there? And we'll get the mic there the next.
Hi, Mr. Ganesh. Actually, I work in the field of innovation, and we are developing some kind of product with the IP of my own. Now, as you rightly mentioned that entrepreneurs, and especially who are innovators, they experience 2 factors. One is the which the IP actually proposes, and the other one is that the Indian conditions are such that the innovator or the founder has to deal with that. Now, my real question is about the investor community. Because since we have to deal with 2 factors, so my question is that what about the investor community? Do they realize that they have to do something extra for different kinds of entrepreneurs are there? So they have to do something extra for people like us. Because we are facing some uphill challenges, and especially if the IP has gone international, then a lot of cost and all that factors are also there. So I just want to ask, how well is the Indian investor community responding to that?
Sure. Thank you. We'll pick that up. Yeah, can we get there, please? Yeah, can we get the mic? yeah, we will take this and the next two questions and we'll come back. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Venkatesh. I work in the healthcare segment. I just wanted to have your opinion or thoughts on this quick commerce superimposition on the e-pharmacies segment. Because much as other things may be required or not required, but I presume that medicines are the one which, if delivered in 10 minutes, there is a great probability of success. But looking into what happened with pharmacy and the other ones, I just want to have your bird's eye view on that.
Thank you. We'll take those two questions, please. Can we get the mic there? Yeah. The lady first and then, yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. We talked about technology disrupting and how it can transform across industries. I wanted to know, how do we get tech into sensitive industries in India, like temples, for example? So what recently happened at Mahakumbh is a tragedy. Could it be better if there was tech involved, if there was maybe an AI crowd management system? So how do we tackle industries like this, which are somewhat rigid to having technology on board?
Great question.
Yeah.
Thank you. And one last question there, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Arpit. So at TrueFit, we are building wellness retreats and events aggregator platform. So my question to you is, you discuss about pollution and you discuss about the corporate and a lot of hustle, right? But with that comes exhaustion. So what are your thoughts on the wellness part of the employees or the people who are hustling a lot? So
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ganesh, we can kind of, there's
Yeah,
a
so
couple of questions
I'll take some and tough ones. I'll ask you to I'll ask you to answer. No, so on the first, on the Q-commerce thing, and the question was to do when somebody is outspending and doing this, what is it that is
entrepreneurs can do?
What is entrepreneur? It's very, very tough. Okay, right? It is very tough, and I have been victim of that also. I had a company called Book Adda, which was into books. Okay, right? We had raised some money, lost a lot of money, then finally returned some of the money left back to the investors, because every day we used to go, Flipkart used to sell the book below the price. Okay, they used to lose money per book. Okay, right? No gross margin, no contribution margin, nothing. Lose money per book. You cannot compete. Okay, right? Reason we kept on doing is, we said this will be an initial discount, it will not continue and all that stuff. Then they raised another $200 million. Okay, right? Then we shut it down. Okay, right? He said you can't do it. So it is those businesses which require this kind of funding for discounting to be able to do that. It's very difficult unless you are playing that particular game. Okay. Now, it's unfortunate if you get caught in that particular cycle.
Crossfire, yeah.
Crossfire. In the Trishanku or crossfire, if you get stuck, it's bad. If you are able to ride the wave, it's good. Okay, right? I have benefited. Big Basket, when we started 13 years back, there were 40 e-grocery companies, 40. Okay? None of them were doing well. None of it exists now. Okay, right? You might have heard of 2 or 3, others you not have heard of. There we said, grocery business is going to take a lot of capital. People who will succeed will be only people who can raise capital. If you can't raise capital, you can't succeed. So we also said, we will try for 1 year. If we are able to raise capital, we'll run it, otherwise we'll shut it down. Okay, right? That was the thing. We were fortunate there. Why did the balance thing do not go? Because they were not able to raise that capital. Okay. So that is a fact. If you are operating in that space, get out. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay,
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
that's perfect. Second question, can you answer about IP and the investment in IP and all that stuff?
No, I think the question also, if I were to understand, see, what more can investors do to support entrepreneurs who are building IP and taking it? An investor's role is just not to cut the check, right? And then to hound on a quarterly or a monthly basis to say, boss, batao kya ho raha hai? So maybe I'll pose the question back to you as an investor, Ganesh. When you work with an entrepreneur, how do you view that entrepreneur? Do you see him as an extension of your own? Do you see the wall saying, I'm an investor, you're an entrepreneur? You've always been an entrepreneur's investor. Yeah. So what is the extra that you bring to the table that makes an entrepreneur succeed?
No, so frankly, I don't think I bring anything too much extra, extra to make the thing succeed. You'll have to ask the entrepreneur that. No, but seriously, so there are different aspects to it. One, it's very difficult to draw the line between an entrepreneur and an investor. But you need to do that. You know that also, also very well. As an entrepreneur, you want to get your hands dirty, you want to jump and you want to answer, you want to solve the problem. As an investor, you cannot do that because it's the entrepreneur's dream, passion. You have to advise, almost like telling your teenage son or daughter what not to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Or not even teenage, or an adult son or daughter, what to do or what not to do. It's very, very difficult. And for entrepreneurs, for people like us who are used to going and solving the problem,
getting things done,
it's very, very difficult. In fact, a very interesting thing, a very similar question was asked for Piola Gopichand. Okay. Now that he's a coach. He said, it's the toughest thing for me to do. Okay. When you are the player, the whole world is focused on you. What are you eating? Have you rested? Are you sleeping well? Are you doing this and all that stuff? The moment you become a coach, he said the mirror gets turned. The focus is on Sindhu.
Yeah.
Okay. Focus is not on you. Yeah. The whole thing suddenly now you have to ensure that you do that. So entrepreneur, this is different. I think the question was with IP. See,
how are Indian investor community different from somewhere else in the world? So it's not about an investor taking up the job of an entrepreneur. I don't want that because let's do something what both of us are good at respectively. It's not that you jump into technical stuff.
So what's the question?
The question is that, let's say if you have an investor in the United States of America, let's say. So there, the the technical ecosystem is very different, but as compared to what is existing here in India. So even an investor who does not, take an extra step in the US or American ecosystem, still then the inventor is going to do a lot. But coming back to India, now here things are different. As you mentioned 2 factors, A plus B. Now here's an extra factor of B. Now, even the investor has to be, sensitized towards that thing.
Sure.
He cannot be just a simple investor putting in money and taking reports.
So I got the question. No, so you are absolutely right that based on your sector and based on your business model, you need to seek appropriate investors. For example, I'm at C Fund, which is doing deep tech investments. There are certain things where the investment community, the appreciation is already evolved in US. They are coming to India, but are still in the nascent stage. So if you are in those sectors where the investors are more likely, more prevalent, more appreciative, and more abundant in US, you will have to seek money there. Okay, right? There will be maybe some time lag that exists that will catch up. Okay, right? But you will get to that. So short answer, horses for courses, seek appropriate investor.
No, that's all. Even in an American ecosystem, the people, innovators over there have to seek the right investor. It's not that even in America, he ends up finding some, let's say if I work in drones, and I don't, I'll never knock the door of investor who's working in e-commerce. I'll never do that.
Correct.
So that fact is always there. But considering that, because I feel that the innovator and the investor should go hand in hand. If either of them is lacking in their own respective work, the vehicle is not going to go forward.
So maybe I'll address that in a slightly different way. And that is our endeavor at TIE. See, the point here is, my belief and as an ecosystem here, we should help open more doors for entrepreneurs from government, corporate, and other entities, research labs that are doing work here, especially when there is deep tech and IP involved, right? And I think as an ecosystem, we need to do a lot more working together than what's already evolved, let's say, in the valley. And coming back, I mean, it is forums like this at Venturize where we are trying to bring the government, the corporate, the academic institutions, research labs, and entrepreneurs together. But I think your question is very valid. We still have a long way to get there. But as an investor, I have seen many enlightened investors who go out of the way to open doors, to make the connects, to make sure that the entrepreneur, finally it's your business, but entrepreneur sees opportunities and figures out what to do with it. Right? Maybe we can take this question
I understand.
offline. There was quick commerce
Thanks a lot.
quick commerce and
No,
pharmacies.
So, pharmacy question is very straightforward and simple in my opinion. E-pharmacy as a model, by the way, I'm a small angel investor in pharmacy, so I understand the pain of e-pharmacies. Okay, right? So, e-pharmacy, the unit economics just does not work. So, Q-commerce is again another one where unit economics does not work. So, Q-commerce plus e-pharmacy is a double whammy. The challenge for e-pharmacy, which if you ask me, is simple. That given the price regulation, given the average order value, forget the chronic care or forget the other chronic medicine, the average order value for medicine is low, delivery cost is high, there is a 20% to 30% discount, and it's a solved problem in India that you have next door pharmacy everywhere. So the compelling thing, some cases you need urgently, Q-commerce will be good. But today between the family members to a servant to a security guard, you'll be able to go out and get the medicine, even at very remote small tier 3, tier 4 towns and villages. So that model itself has not worked. I'm hoping it will work for my sake because I'm an angel investor.
I'll come back to that question on the temple. There are two very interesting things happening. In fact, one happening right in our backyard, like the digital public infrastructure that we talked about. There's a new initiative by the Ministry of Tourism and a foundation called Kalki, which I'm a part of. We're creating an open network for tourism, art, and culture. Right? It's called OneTAC. So the idea is, how do you bring the temple economies? How do you bring artisans? How do you bring cultural enterprises as a part of the stack so that they can start adopting tech, and finally they'll adopt tech when they see business happening, right? So how do we make tech work for that thing? I think there's a lot of opportunities. In fact, at TGS, we had a day-long session on cultural enterprises itself. So this space is hotting up very fast. Watch out for that. The other thing that I was very fortunate to be a part of is an initiative by Ramesh Raskar, the MIT Media Labs lead. He's organized a group of startups in Nasik, which also hosts the Kumbh Mela, called the Kumbhathon. And there were, last month I was there at an event where there were 60 startups, all engaged in providing advanced technologies for an event like the Kumbh, right? Surveillance, drones, crowd management, health and hygiene, so on and so forth. You should look up Kumbhathon and see the various interesting startups. Happy to connect you if you're interested with that team as well. And the last question, I think age is catching up. We forgot. The wellness
area.
So,
in terms of macro or trend, the concept of wellness is obviously catching on. Everybody is talking about wellness, which is a good sign. The focus is on how to prevent serious sickness by being healthy, right? Ensuring good quality of life. Not long life, but focus on longevity and how to add years to your life, but good quality of life to those years. So there is a lot of focus going on. So one of the areas that coming up would be a lot of focus spent on being healthy, being wellness, preventing getting into hospital. Okay, right? That's a macro. At the micro operation level, the challenge that these models face is, where is the money? Will people be willing to pay for it? How is the monetization going to be? That is a fundamental question that has not been answered. I do understand that even in Q-commerce, it's not answered, but it's valued at billions of dollars. Okay, right? In India, we pay for pain points. Okay, we'll pay for painkiller, not for vitamins. Okay, how many of us here have actually gone to a dentist to show our teeth for a normal regular checkup? We will not go. We will go only when there is a pain, knowing fully well that if we do regular checkup, that pain can be averted. Does not happen. So that has been the challenge. Very few people have really been able to break out, because you and I included, will read a lot, will talk a lot about being healthy, wellness and all that stuff. Will I actually dip into my pocket and pay money? No, I'll pay money only when there is a pain. So that is the caution on the other side. But huge potential, under-penetrated space for future.
Yeah, lovely. On that note, let's bring this session to a close. Time's up, but one last question as a message for our entrepreneurs, Ganesh. I mean, I'm assuming, and I think I've read somewhere that you're a movie buff, right? So if your life was a movie, or there's a message from a movie that you would like to leave our audience with. For example, for me, I'm a big fan of this message. When somebody asked this question to me, I said, for me, the movie that comes to my mind is Lage Raho Munna Bhai. Right? The thing is, as entrepreneurs, the problems you're trying to solve are wicked. We need to, the only mantra is Lage Raho, right? But you also need to know when to fold up and when to get out. So any final comments?
No, Lage Raho Munna Bhai is, I think the perfect message to leave this audience, audience with, okay, right? Entrepreneurship, nobody said entrepreneurship is easy. All of you know that. They only said that it will be worth it.
Yeah.
So the message to you is, it definitely will be worth it, and all the best for all the participants, all the finalists for the event.
Thank you. And
hello, sir. Excuse me.
Yeah, pick up the copy of this book. It's available outside. Ganesh, look forward to many more conversations with you, and keep continuing to inspire us. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. I have a question. So I am Amit, founder of Amexus AI. So I recently started my startup. Before starting Amexus AI, I worked with big tech companies like Microsoft, Qualcomm, and Samsung. And I studied from IIT BHU. So I am coming from a tech background, so I have built my expertise in AI domain. But as you said, that entrepreneurship is getting your hand dirty. So I'm new to getting my hand dirty. So what's your advice and in this, as I started recently, we have our product in healthcare and e-commerce, and we are just starting with our clients and going forward to it. But I think there is a long way to go.
Sure.
So since I am a technical person, but that investing part and the other things.
I think you've proven yourself to be an entrepreneur by lage rahoing even after the session got ended. So kudos to your entrepreneurial spirit. I think the answer lies in that spirit itself, right? You just need to be at it, get your hands dirty. There's no other substitute for getting onto the field. But hands dirty, I think you've been a sales guy all through.
Yeah. No, you've already taken the step.
Yeah.
It's not easy to leave a multinational job to a cushy job to be able
Yes, sir. I leave my 1.2 CR job and started this.
Sorry?
He left a 1.2 CR
Yeah,
job. You can become an investor as well.
1.2 CR. Give him a big hand.
Yeah.
Okay, right? Yeah. Again, there is, see, the good part is your background education will ensure you can always go back. It is not that you're going to be in the street, which is very good. I tell people, don't drop out, get a basic education, get your feet firmly on the ground. You have done, I can only tell you, you have done the right thing. You will later, you will regret not doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, right? That is the worst regret to have. Okay, right? Better to have tried and failed. I'm not saying you'll fail, but better to have tried and failed than not try at all.
Yeah.
Okay, right? And opportunities today, the ecosystem today, the world today is all the ducks are aligned to make you succeed. What you need to do personally, don't run out of cash.
Okay, sir.
Okay? Don't run out of cash. Everything else will follow.
Thank you
sir.
so much.
Thank you
A
so
huge
much.
round of applause. Thank you, Ganesh.
Well, on that note, we'd like to thank both Ganesh and Madan for that absolutely brilliant fireside chat. And mastering disruption and understanding new age business models, who better to advise you than Ganesh himself? Request Madan to present a small token of our appreciation. To Ganesh, we'd like to thank him for joining us this morning and for this event. Please give them a big round of applause once again. We'd like to thank Madan for steering that conversation as well. Thank you both. I'd like to request all of you to please stay back for just a moment. We had a segment where we were acknowledging the mentors' contribution a little earlier on. I have reason to believe we didn't have anybody come forward. So we have the list of all the mentors up on stage. If any of you are in the hall, we'd like to request you to please come up on stage. We have a little something that we'd like to give you. Any of the mentors, we have the list up on the screen. If any of you are in the hall, we'd like to request you please take a moment and step forward. Please come up on stage. I'd like to invite Surya from Thai Bangalore to please come forward. Request Rajesh Gopal, the Program Director, Venturize, to please come forward and acknowledge our mentors and their contribution. We'd just like to remind all of you as we recess for lunch. Lunch is being served at the lunch pavilion between 1 and 2 p.m. I'd like to inform you that we'll be starting on time at 2 in this hall on the next topic, which is a panel discussion, a corporate innovation panel discussion on corporate partnerships and innovation strategies. That will be starting at 2 sharp. So we'd like to request all of you to please be seated well ahead of time. very good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. We trust you all enjoyed your lunch, and this is just to inform you that we'll be starting off with our next panel discussion in a couple of minutes from now. Once again, as courtesy to our speakers, we'd like to request those of you carrying mobile phones to please switch your instruments off or turn them to the silent mode. Once again, we'll be starting in a short while, requesting those of you not seated to please take your seats. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to request those, if you're not seated, to please take your seats. We're about to begin. We trust all of you enjoyed lunch and are eagerly awaiting our next panel discussion, the Corporate Innovation Panel, on the topic Corporate Partnerships and Innovation Strategies. I'd like to introduce our speakers and the moderator for this session and request you to please give them a big round of applause as I invite them onto the stage. We have with us this afternoon Swapnesh Maru, Deputy Managing Director, Toyota. Vishakha Bhagat, Lead Campex Hub India, Volvo, and Aman Jain, Director Public Policy, Amazon. And moderating this session is Smita Patil, Managing Director, Startup Gino. Please give them all a big round of applause. I'd like to invite them onto the stage. As I just mentioned, moderating the session is Smita Patil, Managing Director, Startup Genome. And on that note, over to you, Smita.
I think it should work now. Yes, it does. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm assuming you all have had a good lunch and are experiencing a very non-tech phenomena known as food coma. If you are, there's coffee outside, water outside. You're welcome to walk around. If you don't want to get yourself coffee, don't worry, we've got a plan. We've got a very energizing and refreshing conversation today. Hoping to find some new pointers on corporate innovation. We all know that, corporates that we have on stage today are Amazon, Volvo, and Toyota Kirloskar. Very well-known, long-standing organizations, stable, large enterprises. Been around from 1927 for Volvo, 37 for Toyota, and the new kid on the block is Amazon, 94. So yes, very well-established brands, and then we're talking about, of course, today everyone's talking about innovation, AI, this buzzword, that buzzword. How do these two meet? How can we get corporate innovation and startups in the same organization working together? I mean, does that even work? We don't know. So that's the conversation we're going to have today. We have three stalwarts of the industry with us on stage. I'm going to introduce them to you, and we'll look forward to their fantastic insights on how it works in large enterprises and innovation. Starting off with Mr. Maru. Mr. Maru is the Deputy Managing Director for Toyota Kirloskar Motors. He started off in the finance space, CFA, moved to automobile, and since then has been there, so 25 odd years. Almost 28 years, I think, if you count the first 3 years as well. Worked with Toyota in Bangkok, moved to India, and has done many things. Runs the plant and now Deputy MD as mentioned. He's focusing on innovation, reduction of fossil fuel for Toyota, and how to be more sustainable in the Indian automobile mobility space. Next, we've got Vishakha. Thank you for joining us. Vishakha leads Campex from Volvo. She's been running the innovation program. She is a symbiosis graduate, starting off being an engineer in a different field, but moved into innovation. Continues to keep herself abreast. She's done a couple of certifications from Stanford University as well. She's been working in the innovation space for 17 years now, Vishakha. So, but always been in the automobile and mobility sector, working alongside the regulatory bodies, working alongside OEMs and partners. So she's got the real 360 degree of the mobility ecosystem and innovation, so look forward to your insights. And then we've got Aman Jain, who leads public policy for Amazon and also the marketplace, I think. Aman's been in public policy. He's got 2 degrees in public policy from University in New York. Then he's worked with various roles. I think Isaac is where you started as a volunteer, ended up as the CEO, then decided, oh, this is not enough for me, let me go work in the US. Did a couple of public policy roles there, including the last one with the Department of Justice, and gave it all up to come to Bharat Mata and serve in a very Indian company called Google first, and then moved into public policy for Amazon. I hope I've got your career journey, but you get the point. They're very, very experienced individuals, have been involved in the corporate innovation space, and are going to be talking today and sharing their insights on how corporate innovation and startups can work together for the benefit of the ecosystem. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you all for staying awake for the rest of the session. The format is very simple. We'll ask a couple of questions and then open it out to the audience. First question, Mr. Maru. With Toyota Kirloskar, right? It is, especially the one in Bangalore, the Birdi office and the manufacturing setup is largely manufacturing, right? Process-oriented, process-driven, and very almost regimented, I would assume. Otherwise, you're not going to get Six Sigma quality out of it. How does innovation fit into this? How do you go from being this well-oiled machine to having some agile cogs that don't really fit?
Good afternoon, Smita. On a lighter note, before we actually begin, any post-lunch session might need a slightly stronger dose than a coffee. And to all those startups who are out there, probably this is one area where you can tackle. I'm sure you'll find a global market. Coming to the question of innovation, and you were kind of specific about Toyota, but I think that's pretty large with any global multinational organization which is steeped in legacy. I would want to answer this in two parts. Firstly, innovation in general, and then probably giving the disruptive edge to innovation, which I believe would be on a different scale. So first, to begin with innovation itself and specific about Toyota. And it does not matter which part of the world you are in, because a Toyota factory, wherever you go in the world, will have a very similar DNA and ethos. But at the core of our operations is the concept of Kaizen, or that continuous, relentless pursuit of what is the next level of improvement. And it might sound very generic and to some extent even exotic, but you need to see the shop floor to believe this concept. So you have day-to-day workers who are doing their job to a point of regimental, like you said, SOP. But one of their key insight that they need to deliver day in, day out is, even within that SOP-driven job, what is the Kaizen that I can do? What is a change in quality, change in cost, change in productivity? And this happens by every single worker almost on a day-to-day basis. So that's innovation at one level. Probably the innovation that you are referring to is a disruptive one, where how do you then scale this up to the next level? And there I think the board plays a very important role. Again, giving the context of Toyota globally, we've got this pet project, which was a vision of the founder, not the founder, but the person at the helm, Mr. Akio Toyoda. It's called the Woven City, right? Once upon a time, Toyota started out as a loom maker, right? We were not into cars. And which is why the concept of weaving together, putting very different thoughts, bringing them together, continues to be our core DNA. And at the heart of this project is a statement which I would like to share with all of you. When we talk about inviting people to understand Woven City, we describe ourselves as we are explorers looking for innovators and disruptors. And at the concept of this Woven City is this theme about the mobility. Automobile is all about mobility as we go forward. And at the foothills of Mount Fuji, over 175 acres, we have set up what can be one of the biggest test labs in a real world, where we try to create a mobility-driven smart city of the future, where of course we participate. There are many like-minded companies which come, but it is thrown open to many startups who can come in and contribute to areas like automation, AI, fuel systems, safety, housing, you name it. So I think until and unless you don't have vision at that scale, board mandates at that scale, and the commitment back to my money and the need to handhold, I think it would be difficult for big companies to innovate. Another example on very similar line, and I'm not sure how much time I have, is the concept of Toyota Mobility Foundation. Again, this cuts across regions, nothing to do with business. We work with cities. Varanasi is an example in India, where we try to understand the DNA of that city in terms of traffic, crowd flow, the need for mobility, and then try to offer meaningful solutions. And when you see the top doing this kind of activity, then from the bottom in a company where innovation is a culture, people tend to pick up that cues, tend to be agile, and more importantly, open to disruptions. I hope that partly answers your question.
I think that definitely answers my question and more, and lots of insights that actually came out from that, including the fact that you can have globalization and localization, with your Varanasi example, and the fact that you said shop floors in Toyota look the same worldwide, right? One doesn't have to be mutually exclusive to the other. And everything that I've studied in my MBA, I know Toyota was one of the pioneers in innovation, from Kaizen to everything Six Sigma, all of that. So thank you for that. I wish we had more time to continue that conversation because I have a couple of hyperlinks from there, but we shall hold back. And that's innovation mindset, right? That large organizations like Toyota have always fostered. We've then got Volvo, safe, stable. That's the image that you get from Volvo. And they continue to do their, safety is our DNA campaign, which is great. But they're also doing innovative things, because if you don't innovate and or disrupt, you will stay behind. Campex is an example of what a corporate can do without disrupting too much internally. You lead the innovation program called Campex for Volvo in India. Could you explain a little bit about what Campex does and how does it fit within the startup ecosystem in India?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me on this panel, and thank you for all the startup community and industry leadership over here in the room. So we are in the midst of a large transformation at Volvo Group. When I say that, we are looking at 100% safe, 100% fossil-free, and 100% more productive solutions in the market. While we are out there in this journey, it is very important for us to have partners like startups which are on the forefront of the technology. And looking at this need, we do understand that large organizations work at a different pace as compared to startups. The sense of time is different. We did identify Campex as one of our open innovation arenas of the Volvo Group. We started our journey back in 2019 in Gothenburg, where we started our first Campex. The second one was in Bangalore, in India, where we also have our largest R&D site. And we would say that in the last 3.5 years, it has been an incredible journey with multiple partners where we are working with. Just to tell you a bit more about what Campex is, while we say it is the open innovation arena, it is an arena for the entire Volvo Group. By Volvo Group, I mean the trucks, buses, marine engines, financial services, everything other than Volvo Cars, as you know now, which is part of the Volvo Group. In this space, we are working on very compelling problem statements coming from our product owners and business owners, and we operate in 3 frameworks. The first one, which is a very old one, is the venture client, where we do quick proof of value projects with startups and identify them to commercialize. Currently, we have about 150 such startup projects globally and about 40 which are in India. The second framework that we also have is the incubator. So incubator is also where we work with early stage startups, early stage global startups, which are based in our Gothenburg facility, where we have startups across the globe working together with mentors, with support from IP, legal, and every other framework that a startup would need to succeed. And the third one, of course, we have is the venture builder. It is meant for our internal employees. We help them have their own startups outside the Volvo Group organization. So this is in short about what we do at Campex.
Thank you. That looks like a very comprehensive piece. So if any startups out there looking at mobility and want to get into an incubator, accelerator, you've got friends, you know who to contact. Vishaka will definitely be able to help you understand the program more and get into it. But also an example of a commonly used corporate innovation technique, right? So what can we do to encourage our employees not to leave, and how can we fund their innovation? How do we also look at people who are completely outside the corporate ecosystem, bring them in, right? So thank you for sharing that, Vishaka. Third question to Aman. Aman, you're with public policy with Amazon. Amazon, we know, is one of the biggest innovation hubs. I mean, doesn't need any explanation. It's gone from being an online bookstore to pretty much powering everything, right? I mean, selling books online to Yeah, I'm now the world's biggest cloud computing organization. I will sell you movies. I will, name it, right? I'll sell you vegetables. I mean, Amazon's there today. So they're there whether you like it or not. How does Amazon not just look at innovation internally, but I think very curious to find out everything Amazon does affects the ecosystem. So what do you all have in terms of innovation that helps the ecosystem, not just within Amazon, but outside as well? How does your corporate innovation work both ends?
Firstly, thank you for having me here, and thank you for the question. Let me start off by just talking about what as Amazon we do, and then a little bit about the ecosystem. I think for us, we are a customer-obsessed company. It's customer backwards for startups in the room or folks who are looking at ideas. That's the starting place for everything at Amazon, which is what do customers want, where they are, and we want to be able to innovate for them, think about them, and famously, Jeff Bezos, who's the founder of Amazon, has often been quoted saying that there would be an empty chair in a room where he's having a meeting, and that chair is supposed to represent the customer in that meeting, so that no one ever forgets that this is who we are, which is customer backwards. Part of, again, Jeff's thinking, but also very strong to Amazon, is the idea that for innovation to happen, you don't need a fancy lab. You don't need some specific program. You don't need specific people who've been in charge, made in charge of innovation, but it's something that everyone needs to drive. A lot of what we do is essentially on saying that innovation shouldn't make things complex, but it should make things simple. And part of that, in a very simple way, and something that, again, folks here could think about emulating in their organizations, is what we call the two-pizza rule. So essentially, the idea is that a team, if two pizzas are not enough to feed that team, then that team is maybe too big. And where it stems from is the idea that small teams are agile, they course correct faster, they move faster, and there are lesser number of approvals that you need. Large organizations, typically everyone starts off agile, and then you eventually get buried in bureaucracy and 10 layers of approvals that you need before you can move. And so the idea of a two-pizza team is very, very central to how we think about things. I'm happy to get into many other areas where, as Amazon, how it's an integral part of our culture and how we think about things. Just on your second part of the question on how do we support the ecosystem, one of the things, and particularly for startups in India, that excites us is how startups in India are really solving big societal issues, right? You've got startups that are working on how can we increase agricultural yield. You've got startups thinking of innovative ways of delivering things to the last mile. You've got startups in, so really solving core Indian issues, right? Our focus is on how can we work with these startups, take their solutions to the rest of the world. So hopefully you all are shopping on Amazon.in. But one big sort of focus for us as a company in India is our export program. That is a cumulative. We started exports in 2015. We ended 2024 at about $13 billion of cumulative exports. And we've recently just upped our target to get to about $80 billion of exports. This is B2C exports by 2030. We have about 170,000 or 170,000 exporters actively exporting. Right, and many of these, when you see it in, when you talk to customers in the US, they're ordering things from India day in, day out. And these are in categories that you might not think that Indian players are doing really well. Textile, linen, hospital scrubs, beauty is again an area. Toys is one of the fastest growing categories for us right now, and again doing really, really well. We also have dedicated programs for specific cohorts. I'll just call out a couple and then happy to get into more details. Now, we are working specifically with women entrepreneurs in a program called Amazon Saheli. The idea is how do we work with entrepreneurs to really have the entrepreneurs focus on what they are good at, which is coming up with the right product and making it the best product in the market. And then we help them in thinking through how do you get online, how do you access the Indian market, how do you access global markets. Similarly, we've got a program called Amazon Karigar, which is specifically focused on handicrafts and craftsmen and artisans across the country. And with Amazon Karigar, we have about 1.6 million Karigars today associated with us. With Amazon Saheli, we have 1.7 million women entrepreneurs who are associated with us. Lastly, and very briefly, I'd also mention we have an active fund where we fund startups as well. It's called the Amazon Sambhav Venture Fund. And through that fund, we've invested in a few startups. Some of you might have come across them as well. We've invested in the Good Glam Group, Hopscotch, Axio, a whole bunch of different companies that we've invested in. Again, because they're doing incredibly innovative work, and we think that we can help them in different capacities. We've just also announced a partnership, and I'll be remiss if I didn't do a quick public policy plug. So we've also just worked very closely with the government and the Ministry of Commerce and Trade, the Department of Internal Investment and Internal Trade, DPIIT, to announce a 1,000 crore fund for India, which is specifically for investing in startups focused on manufacturing. And I'm very happy to inform that within a month of launching this, we launched this in December, and last month itself, we made our first investment in a women-led startup from Chhattisgarh, from Raipur, called RAS Beauty, R-A-S Beauty. Some of you might have heard of it, primarily an online brand. And that just, again, really brings together our idea that, it's not about the big cities, it's not about complicated innovation, it's about innovation happening in every part of the country and how we can help them either get on Amazon or essentially just get on online e-commerce space and how they can access the Indian market and the global market.
Thank you, Aman. That did give us, I think, a very, very broad view of what all Amazon does. If there's anything that you can do to disrupt Bangalore's traffic, that would be really welcome. So if you, I don't know, all three of you could possibly have a challenge that you could, do. But jokes apart, I think it's great to see large corporates actually, focusing on innovation programs, because there is one thing which is change, proactive change, and then there's proactive innovation, which is what is disruption, right? There was a famous man who once said, the best way to predict the future is to invent it, right? At some time, we're all looking to do that. And of all of the places in India, and this is no shameless plug for Bangalore, but Bangalore does top the inventions list, right? In terms of startups, number of startups in the ecosystem, in terms of the support that the ecosystem is given, et cetera. And this is Invest Karnataka after all. Given the large number of startups and the fact that you run programs, specifically I think the two of you are in charge of or have highlighted the fact that you all work continually with startups as well. Can you share some light for the startups here, and what can the startups do to start engaging with your ecosystem? What kind of startups do you look for, and what is the mutual benefit that the two of you will likely get? And any one of you can start the answer. This is aimed at all three.
Sure. Since I have the mic, I'll take the advantage. No, I'll give a very quick, brief answer and then pass it on to my colleagues here. I think, as I was saying, right, that a big focus for us is always customer backwards. So if you're a startup today that is really solving a customer need, then we'd be very interested in having conversation across our many programs. So, like one of the programs, for instance, I'll call out, is a program specifically called Propel Accelerator. That's a program that's looking at, again, B2C products that, has a specific focus on manufacturing and is solving a real customer need and has a differentiating proposition that one can look at. So we constantly look for startups to work with closely who are solving for sort of deep Indian local issues and close to customers. And just to give you an idea of the scale, right, that we have 1.6 million sellers on Amazon.in today, right? That's 16 lakh sellers who are selling every single day, a total of over 31 million different products, right, every single day. And so, and as a platform, our thinking is that how can we provide, as when you come to Amazon.in, do you have the widest selection possible, right? And that selection, just think of yourself as a consumer when you're coming on, you want to be able to ask for, look for anything on Amazon and find it there. Right? And so we are constantly looking for ways in how we can increase that selection and how we can really help you think through, and again, through whether it might be technological solutions. You'd mentioned AWS, so there is a lot of technical tools that you do get access to through our cloud computing services, a lot of seller services that you are able to get access to. So across multiple different programs, I think, again, I'll just reiterate the idea that it's customer backwards. And so if you have an idea, then we'd be very, very happy to look into and speak more about it.
Yeah, this is working. So yes, so our perspective to look at innovation and implementation is very need-driven. While we have opportunity mapping, a lot of our challenges are need-driven, which come from the best of the business areas that we are working with internally within Campex. What is important is that while we are looking at a particular solution, of course, there is customer centricity, but also we look at the perspective of the technical feasibility and the business viability of it. I think a lot of us will be in the room familiar about the DVF framework that we look at when we implement solutions in the larger market. What is also important, while Campex is one arena where we are looking at technology and business acceleration, we are looking at solutions which are at horizon 1 and 2. The whole idea is how we are able to get out quickly with the startups to the market and make success and make a win-win-win. When I say the third win, it is the win for the startup, win for the customer, and win for the Volvo Group.
Thank you. Once again, let me try to kind of point towards what you said at two levels, right? On one hand, when we look at what startups bring to the table, more often than not, it's a technology innovation, and that's great. But for startups to be, and the companies, the collaboration to be groundbreaking and to offer meaningful contributions back to customers, countries, regions, I think we need to balance out three things. First, of course, is the technology innovation. On top of that, the physical innovation, where the companies or the industries have a better handle. And thirdly, a policy innovation. Only when all the three confluence together, technology by the startup, the industry or the company offering some kind of physical breakthrough which can leverage on technology, and then a policy breakthrough influenced by the industry working with policymakers to make that possible. You can then scale and create mass impact. Coming to what startups need to know, I think on top of technology, it's very important for you to develop the ability to understand the business. More often than not, companies cannot come out in public domain and put forth their practical problem statements, right? But if you are a keen observer of the way the trends play out, you can easily catch that if we're talking electric, there could be an immediate problem on range anxiety. Is this something that I can fulfill? I'm just giving you a very layman example. So I think that orientation and understanding the business context of any industry where you're trying to intervene becomes very important. That's one skill that you need to pick up on top of the technology backbone that you have. For the corporates sitting from the other side of the fence, how do you communicate? What is the mechanism by which you reach out to the larger public and talk about your problem statement? And this is not easy. For a company which has perfect SOPs, things are, maybe you have a global standard which is not met, you might live in that myth that you don't have a problem. So how do you make insiders understand that what is the next level is one of the most difficult things to do? So I think these are the two sides of the spectrum where you need to look from outside as well as from internalize. How do you reach out and connect and put your problems to the larger audience? Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. And I think a lot of that also is the culture that the organization has, right? And it's entirely top down. If the top management is very innovation driven and focused and is serious about it, and it's not just a tick that they have to do for the CSR, then I think it's definitely, you know, making a change. So thank you for that. Show of hands, how many startups in the audience? Okay, reasonable number, I'd say about 22.3%. Any corporates in the audience? 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's one man here who's not raising his hand, but I know that he's from a corporate. Okay, and how many students in the audience? Okay, all right. Thank you. Just so that they get an understanding of what sort of audience there is, and I can tailor my questions. Thank you. How many still awake in the audience? Surely we can see more hands than that. Okay, thank you very much. Back to, and the reason I asked is because it's very hard to predict the audience today, right? Whether it is for the company, whether it's for the startups. Because there's students today who come out wanting to be entrepreneurs. There are people who have been part of corporates coming out wanting to be entrepreneurs. There are people who are serial entrepreneurs who probably know how the system works. But for everybody else, wanting to sell, you want to sell into a large enterprise, and corporate innovation is a way to get into it. It could be acqui-hire, it could be they become a customer, it could just be a very great partnership, right? I mean, with Volvo, LiDAR, that's how it worked, right? With Toyota, you guys are into air mobility now. And that's fascinating because innovation is also about disruption. It's not just an incremental change, it's what can you do to break and start from scratch again. And I think Toyota Kirloska's looking at that as well. How far along are you guys with air mobility, Mr. Maru?
Let me take that, and thank you for connecting. It touches a lot of chords because you mentioned about the Bangalore traffic. And just yesterday, I was reading in the newspaper about a very interesting idea. But first, coming to what Toyota is doing, we talked about the woven city, and we talked about how we throw open this entire ecospace. And mobility is not just about cars. It is about staying with the customer and participating in every need. And of course, what else but air mobility? So there is this very interesting company called Joby Mobility, right? And we have an investment arm, it's called Toyota Ventures. And they in turn trying to drive the future of mobility, participated with Joby Mobility. And when we participate, it's not just about cutting a check. It's about understanding their processes, working with them, imbibing the Toyota production system, which is a gold standard when it comes to manufacturing, even after 80 years since it's been kind of practiced. We take a deep stake into the operation. So the whole idea of air mobility was that on top of what we do on road, I think this is the solution towards the future problems of congested cities, but you need it at scale, you need it with a technological breakthrough, and you need it to make it affordable to the customer. So Joby Mobility is a great example. Coming back to Bangalore, and I don't know how true this is, it's destined for 2028, but if what they claim is true, for as little as 2,000 rupees, you can fly to Bangalore airport from anywhere.
So we've been told.
And at the center of that is a drone which can do a vertical takeoff, then convert into a plane midair. I still worry about the safety, but I'm sure we'll figure that out. But this is the kind of disruption and innovation that comes on every area.
That's fantastic. As a segue from that, if I may ask, Aman, this is slightly not corporate innovation into the startup ecosystem, but any innovation within Amazon that's happening that is exciting that you'd like to share with us?
Sure. I think, as I was saying, that as a part of our corporate culture or company culture, we have, what we call essentially something called day one mindset, right? And it's something that you will hear every Amazonian talk about very often. And the idea of that is that, we see ourselves as, and it's great that we got referred to as the new kid on the block. Not very often we get referred to that anymore, but we for us, everything that we do every single day, it's day one, right? It's a mindset. It's about moving fast. It's about being agile. It's about learning very quickly, being able to adapt and move on and be able to serve customers. So that's very core and central to how we think about things. And part of that, right, we have a big part of our company is defined by leadership principles, and we have 14 of them that really define on how we work and so on. So I'll speak to one of them and then get into that part on interesting innovation, right? So we have a leadership principle that's called disagree but commit. Right? The idea is it doesn't matter when you're sitting on a table what your title is, what your seniority is, what your level is. Good ideas, everyone has good ideas, and everyone shares them. And once we agree that this is where we are going, whether you disagree with that approach, everyone commits to it 100% and tries to deliver on that. This ensures that there is no place where someone couldn't say a good idea because, X titled people were sitting on the table and the person didn't feel comfortable to share. Look, we are innovating every single day. I'd give an example of one on and hopefully you've interacted with it. We recently launched Rufus, which is our AI shopping assistant, and it's done phenomenally well in India. It told me about something that I had no idea of, I must admit, but it did tell me something. When we were trying the beta version, and it informed me that you can make really good naans in air fryers, because that's the question I'd asked, that I'd like to make a naan at home and how do I do it, and it proposed air fryers, and apparently they're really good. So that's one example of how we are thinking of innovation. You've thought of, if you look at Prime Video, it's a great example of how we think of ourselves as a streaming platform where you've got, we were one of the first OTT players in the country to really go vernacular and go into various languages, unlike many of the others. But also we are saying, look, we don't have the entire content library. Let's bring in different players. And it is really a gateway for you to be able to sit back and say, I want to watch a latest movie, and you will have access to it there, whether it is coming from Amazon content or MGM Studios. That's not stopping it for it to be available on Amazon. Similarly, on Amazon Pay, you've seen many innovations. One particular innovation that I'd love to talk about, and we are very hopeful of bringing it to India soon as well, is what we call Project Kuiper. The idea of Project Kuiper, and again, just for the audience, we in this room represent a group of people who cannot imagine a life that is not online. Right? But we are also in a country where, if you look at our population today, you've got about 600 million people who are not connected to the internet, and potentially about 800 million people who don't use the internet every single day. Right? And so there is a very large number of people who are underserved or unserved by the internet. And so Project Kuiper is really about putting out satellites in low orbit and essentially creating a mesh around the entire Earth and be able to provide high-speed, incredibly affordable internet every single place. So this does away with the need of having fiber. It is something that we are working very closely with, obviously, the US government, but the Indian government has been very encouraging of us bringing this to India as well, and hopefully soon enough you'll see it here. So that's a great example of essentially saying that, look, commercially there might be something there that will come in when it does. It's a high capex, high risk, innovative project that we've taken on, but we are very excited to bring it here because that's about connecting or bringing potentially 600 to 800 million people online in a country like India, in a market like India, which is very, very exciting.
We are talking about India, right? Yeah. Which has the highest penetration of mobile and mobile data. But it's really interesting to know, because that's a fact. I wasn't aware that there's absolutely any part of India that's not online. Well, you learn new things every day, so thank you for sharing that. One final question for the panelists, and then we'll open it out to the audience. Any questions that you might have about innovation in a large corporate, how you can, associate with it. So the question that I have is very simple. If there's one innovation that exists right now worldwide that you would instantly bring into your organization, what would it be? Doesn't have to be a long answer. It could just be couple of lines, or as long as you want.
Well, it's a very tricky question, so let me attempt answering it. One innovation, and it's like selecting your favorites amongst your children, like I was talking to you earlier. So anything and everything which can help us at Volvo Group to make mobility sustainable and to make this planet a better place is something that we would be very eager to integrate in our systems.
It's a very dangerous question to answer. I'll stay clear of it.
Spoken in this room stays in the room.
So without actually referring to the automobile industry or a company, but some innovation which I personally find very gratifying as a student for life. I think the entire digital public infrastructure that we have managed to build. The idea was there for everybody to see, right? Payment, wallets were dime to dozen. But to take it and adapt it to this scale, and then and it's not just about convenience in payment, it touches lives, it changes lives. When you talk about the jam, trifecta coming together, is one quick thing. The second thing which I was very impressed is the quick commerce. As a student, the just-in-time concept of Toyota, it's very, very difficult to practice, and we believe we've kind of perfected it in the way we implement. But here we see this innovation coming where in a country as diverse as India, within a span of under 10 minutes, you are able to offer anything under the sun. So I think this kind of, whether they make money or not is a different concept, but that very idea to break through, to change the connotation of time and convenience on demand, I think have been personally gratifying. Many technologies I think are coming, many exciting things happening on how do you break the cost barrier on green hydrogen. And if that breakthrough comes through, I think it'll be a paradigm change in the world. Many startups are working, many interesting work being done in US and Israel. But these are some of the pieces where I'm very passionate and excited.
I'll just briefly, quickly add. I think, yeah, I'd agree. It's a simple, short question, very difficult to answer. But two things I'll just call out, and again, just as a way to think about. DPIs, I couldn't agree more with Swapnesh. That, makes a lot of sense, and you should think about it. I had a good fortune of being on the sidelines of when UPI was really coming out. This is we can't even imagine that time, but pre-demonetization, and then after that. And a very senior person at that time had said, very senior government person at that time had said on the sidelines, saying that, it's impossible, right? How is it possible that folks in a village will be okay with money being transferred from A to B where they never get to touch it? Like the very idea and thought just doesn't make sense, right? We are getting close to 1 billion transactions a day today. So one of the things that I'll always say is that trust the Indian consumer. I think one of the big learnings and a humbling experience at that time was that I think, a lot of folks essentially didn't believe that the Indian consumer has the ability to leapfrog innovations and really partake. I think UPI is a great success for the government, but it is a great and an incredible indictment of how good the Indian consumer is and how open to innovation they are. So that I would constantly sort of encourage that, think about that. And the second thing I would say is that in our experience and my experience in the industry here, it is very difficult to really scale at a population level without working for the ecosystem and working very closely with the government, and whether that's state government, local government, or the central government. It is very, very important to be able to work with the government in a big way, but also look at ways in which if the ecosystem thrives, then everyone does well. So that's something that as an approach, I would definitely recommend as you go out and think of the next disruption or innovation.
Thank you. Yes, I think UPI is definitely a great example of innovation. I mean, it was an absurd idea, right, when it first came out. I can just transfer money instantly from my phone to your phone, effectively, right? We're like, oh my God, can you imagine the Indian government trying to implement it? But it has happened. There's frameworks that were set up, changed. All the banking companies complied. New startups came in to actually enable it. Without that, it wouldn't have happened. With the same old framework, this would not have happened, which is I think a great example of how innovation needs to work across all levels and all sectors. So that's fine. And it reminded me of, I'm a great quotes person, of one of my favorite inventors and innovators, Albert Einstein. He said, if at first the idea is not absurd, then it's not innovation, right? So that's where we are. Thank you for your thoughts. Opening it up, I don't know how much time we have, but we can take 1 or 2 questions. So yes, hands up. The first hand I saw was the second person there. Yes, please. I think we've got a mic in the audience.
Hello. So we are working on an absurd idea
Excellent.
of autism. But it is not absurd. Actually, this is the need of the hour, I think. So we are a startup from Whitefield, Bangalore. We are a product company, food product company, as well as we are building a very niche ecosystem, like an e-marketplace for autistic individual. So Government of India has taken 1% share of our company. So my question to you is, having working in this space, you know, it takes a lot out of you as an entrepreneur. I'm a scientist also. So if you can guide me, or if you can give me 1 or 2 tips, how to approach a corporate where, example, your core business is not related to autism or food, but how to help you envision 10 years from now why autism will be a big chunk of our global population. How to tell the corporate and bring them in our journey.
I'm happy to take a stab and then pass it on. I think, look, 2 things I'd say. One is, and this is not, I'm speaking Amazon agnostic here, so I'm not saying just for Amazon necessarily. But one of the things that we, and it's a very close topic to me, and I've spoken about it at various forums. We in fact got recognized last year by the President of India as among the top sort of corporate organizations in India working with people with disabilities of any kind, right? And a big part of that was essentially that they are integrated in every facet of our operations today. Right, so whether it's at a fulfillment center, whether it's a delivery station, if you're for hearing impaired, we actually run a full-fledged delivery station, right? And a big part of it, right, we've gone from, various underrepresented groups. We are one of the largest hirers of, for instance, Army veterans, women, so on and so forth. A big part of that, right, is essentially the framing. And the framing we do it is that, yes, it's the right thing to do, but it's also fantastic for business. Right? It is, we have responsibilities towards our shareholders and so on. So it is not something that we are just doing because it's some program on the side. It is something that makes a lot of business sense, right? So that's one part of it that I definitely say that when you're communicating the idea of it, yes, it is a particular topic in a particular area, but it's also an incredibly wide spectrum, especially in the topic that you've brought up. And so I think that should really, if you're able to underscore that and bring that out, then that'll be great. And then the second part of it is, I think, again, what is that innovative thing that you're doing, right? So a cohort that you're approaching, a lot of times what happens is folks are very clear on the cohort they're addressing, but what they're addressing it with might be the same idea that many people are doing, right? So what's the innovative part that you're doing outside of that specific cohort? Right, and if you're able to bring that, sort of 2 things together, I think it's a compelling proposition.
Yeah, I mean, one more thing I'd say is sometimes the most obvious ways also work. Yes, it's a fantastic initiative. There's a lot of neurodivergence, initiatives that are going on. Whilst they may not directly be able to take in whatever solution you've done, because it's an e-marketplace, right? So you can go to Amazon. There are venture funds. They run venture catalysts. They run venture funds. So how can you use that part of their innovation ecosystem to help yourselves, right? There's also CSR funds that the organizations are likely to have, which is the most obvious route people take. But you've got to try everything, I think, and that's what the life of an entrepreneur is.
Thank you so much. My question is human-centric. On one hand, we have a very fast-paced...
Can you introduce yourself, please, and say what you
I'm Manjesh. I basically come from an engineering background. But now I'm here as part of a food venture startup with my co-founder, Soumya.
Sure.
My question is a bit longer, I'm sorry, but it's more, I think, very appropriate and human-centric. We are all here a lot about, a lot of encouragement about disruptive technologies. On one hand, we have, which brings an human empowerment with technology, which is we are all proud of because it reaches every common man. On the other hand, we have a challenge. The challenge is technology and human balance. Where does this take us? How do we balance? And what is the corporate role in it? On one hand, we have technology, which we want to give it, like giving a tab to a child. On the other hand, a country like Sweden, which gave tabs to every kid and every adult last decade, is taking out tabs out of children's hand now. The technology is already causing so much of human issues, which are psychological, physiological, and it's much more complicated than what actually it is supposed to empower. I hope technologies like not inventing DDT. As we all know, when DDT was invented, the person was given the Nobel Prize and it was all appreciated worldwide. And it was banned 30 years thereafter. We don't use it anymore. So how does this corporate is interwoven into the innovation, human responsibility, and psychological aspects of innovation? And how the corporate is addressing it so that you don't overdo in the process of evolving and empowering society, we don't end up destroying it.
Yeah, that's a very philosophical question, sir. And I think it'll take longer than a couple of minutes that we have. But definitely, I think the points that you brought up are very well addressed. And if you can answer it quickly, or we can move on to the next question.
So it's a deeply classical, philosophical point. I think nobody has any perfect answer for this. I'll tell you what we do as a corporation. We deeply believe that technology enables, but not at the cost of you forgetting your core purpose. So Soumya was a part, and when we automate accounting, we try to ensure that the basic concept of bookkeeping is not lost in that journey of digitization. Autonomous driving should not make you forget what driving is all about as you do. How you slice that line depends on your individual ethos, but it's very clear that the core DNA should never be compromised, even if it means a part of comfort or getting a technological edge. Could be a competitive edge too. So it's a line that you have to define, draw, and it should be non-negotiable.
One more question. Yes, ma'am. The one in the red. The lady in the red jacket, yeah, you've raised your hand earlier. If we can move the mic to her, please. It's coming around to you. Just checking how much more time. Yeah, that's the last question, I'm afraid. But our lovely panelists will be around, so feel free to meet them in the room, outside the room, and ask them your questions. Go ahead.
Check. My name is Dr. Anita Prasad, first trans woman of Indian origin in Germany. I came last year to India. 23 years I lived in Germany. After coming here, I have a foundation, Anita Humanitarian Foundation, and as well robotics company that is Vistarik Robotics. So 2 ventures. India has a robot. Already we have done that. My question to you guys, you're all transnational. You're coming from a different area. So my question is, where is this innovation happening? The biggest innovation that you adapt personally? And if so, what are the reasons? A little bit, maybe just a small information. And third thing is, what do you have to leave for India that more innovation comes out of this? Thank you.
Can we get one question of the 3 to answer?
Which part of the world where the innovations are happening and why they are accepting it from their perspective?
Specific to your ecosystem. Do you want to take it?
Yes, I can take that. So while we are currently as India Hub operating out of Bangalore ecosystem, what we are seeing is that India emerging as a strong player when it is coming to technology challenges. While at Campex we are working on global challenges, we are looking at this as a gateway opportunity also for Asia Pacific. So if you ask me to point one region, it is very difficult to say which is easier for adoption. But we see the globe breaking down into clusters of innovation, and we see that Asia Pacific is one of the one which is emerging with time.
I hope that answers your question. I know you had two more, but maybe you can catch her once she's off the stage. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate you all staying awake and off your phones for most of it. So appreciative of that. Have a good day. Thank you to our lovely panelists. And wanted to leave with something that I found this morning when I was Googling about corporate innovation and famous people. And Steve Jobs has this really nice quote which says, "Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat." And I think that's pretty much the philosophy for most corporates, out there, and specifically these three on stage today. Thank you very much.
Brilliant finish to an amazing panel discussion. Thank you, Smitha. I'd like to request all of you to please give them a big round of applause. And I'd like to request Smitha to present a small token of appreciation to each of our speakers. We'd like to thank Swapnish, Vishaka, and Aman. The panel there talking to us on corporate partnerships and innovation strategies. I'd like to request T.R. Anand, board member, TIE Bangalore, to present a small token of appreciation to Smitha Malipatil. I'd like to thank them once again. And like Smitha mentioned, sometimes the sessions are timed, and we don't always have time to take all the questions, but a lot of the speakers are with us through the day. So we'd like to encourage you to please approach them, and if you have any questions, please take them offline. I'd like to thank that panel once again, and we'll be moving into our next panel discussion, the Growth Stories and Scaling Strategies panel, on the topic Real-World Insights from Successful Entrepreneurs. I'd like to introduce you to our panelists and request you to please give them a big round of applause as they come forward. We have with us Vidit Atre, founder, Meesho. Joining Vidit on the panel is Gadadhar Reddy, CEO and founder of Nopo Nanotechnologies. And moderating this session is Vishal Krishna, founder, Upstream Life Media. Request you to please give them all a big round of applause as we welcome them to this panel discussion. And like I mentioned earlier, the topic is real-world insights from successful entrepreneurs. On that note, it's over to you, Vishal.
Hi. Hello, everyone. How's everybody? Okay. I think it's just after lunch, so I want to say hi to everyone. Is everyone all right? Louder, please. Thank you. Yay, go on, come on. Somebody was loud here. Okay, round of applause for Vidit from Meesho. Obviously, he's been scaling the business very fast. We've got Gadadhar, who's building a deep tech company, nanotubes and all that. Give him a round of applause. Very difficult to build a deep tech science business.
Ladies
Hi,
and
guys.
gentlemen, kindly requesting those of you not seated to please be seated.
So those
This
in the
panel
front, if they
discussion
can get
is
seated, we really want to discuss something very serious.
has commenced. Please be seated.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. I want to show of hands, all right? How many of you here are entrepreneurs? Okay, about 20% of the room. How many of you are marketeers? 1, 2, okay. How many of you are from the government? Oh, okay, nobody. That's nice, that's fair. Okay, great. So today we're going to learn about growth and scaling. So I'm a young entrepreneur myself, not in age, but in terms of time, only 3 years. Scaling an idea is difficult. Scaling an idea with team is difficult. Scaling an idea with technology is also difficult. And funding, nevertheless, it's even more difficult. So I want to start with both of you. A quick introduction to our audience. If those of you haven't checked out Meesho, you should, because they help 2 million sellers. If you haven't checked out Nopo, please go check out Nopo. They're a deep science company that will provide nanotubes to electric vehicles. Right? I want to start with you with it. 10 years ago, India's D2C story was speaking of like no other business, but but Indians could only recognize not more than 20 to 30 brands. But you had other ideas. Let's not just look at the brands, but there are individual sellers who can also make money. Was that the genesis? Can you talk to me about the genesis of Meesho, the idea, and scaling that idea first?
Sure. So first of all, good to be here in front of this audience talking about Meesho. So I'll give you some sense of what the business is today, and then I'll go into the history of our company. So today we are an e-commerce platform. Last 12 months, we had about 190 million unique Indians transacting on our platform, about 2 million merchants who are selling across all kinds of categories, be it like apparel, home, kitchen, beauty, personal care, kids and babies. So quite horizontal in that standpoint. And our goal has been, from day one, our mission has been to really democratize internet commerce for everyone. And by everyone, we mean 1 billion consumers, all kinds of small businesses, and a lot of people who are part of the logistics sector in India. That's why we started Meesho. So if I just go back, and I think it's a good segue to go into our early part of the history. So we started the company back in 2015 with one very simple insight. I think back then in India, e-commerce was very limited. It was mostly tier 1 consumers buying mostly branded goods online and mostly limited to that. But if you went to a tier 2 city, or if you went and spoke to people who are not part of this mainstream, most of them were not buying online. And they will say, the kind of stuff I buy offline is not available online. It's not available at the price that I can buy it offline. So there were a lot of these problems, right? Like the right supply being available, affordability, accessibility. A lot of them had never bought anything online. So the concept of what does add to cart mean? What does the rating and review mean? If I place an order and put my money, will the product ever come, right? Like because I buy from my neighborhood shop, where I trust the shopkeeper for the last many years. So there are lots of these problems. And we said, like, we really want to bring Bharat online. And that means all kinds of consumers and businesses. So that was the genesis. Like, how do we really make this happen? And over the last 10 years, we've again solved multiple problems to kind of reach where we are today. One of the big problems we solved was, how do we reduce this barrier of entry for a small business to come online, right? And one of the big barriers we figured out was just the cost of doing business. For them, when they looked at their offline business and the online business always felt like you will lose money. Your cost of shipping was high, right? Like platforms charge commission, then there are ratings, you have like returns and refunds and a lot of this stuff. None of that exists in the offline world. So none of the small businesses in India wanted to go online. They didn't want to go and sell online. So we said, like, we'll have to solve all these problems. So we started with lots of innovations. Like first, we were the first zero commission platform so that we reduce all these barriers of entry for a small business to come online. We basically built the most simple platform for a small business to use. We are the first mobile first product. Everyone else was a desktop product. We were said like, hey, we'll build a mobile product so any small business in any part of the corner of the country who does not have a desktop can come online. So made it really, really simple. Build the simplest and lowest cost logistics network for them to come online. So it's like some of these problems we solved over the last 10 years to kind of reach here. And I'll obviously kind of add to a lot of the story over time, but it's been just about staying very true to this mission of how you really democratize internet commerce for everyone.
With it, that's one word that got onto me, is that 190 million transactions a month?
So, by the way, actually now that number is north of 200 million. We do more than 2 billion orders per year now. I meant 190 million unique Indians buying in India. So almost, I would say, 20% of transacting population in India, about 70% of online transacting population in India today makes at least one transaction Meesho per year.
A round of applause for that, gentlemen. That's, ladies and gentlemen, that's really hard. Well done with it. Well done, really. So, moving on to deep science, I always had this pet peeve because I covered deep science. It was always sleeping. It was called deep sleep. But now it's changed. Suddenly, there's so much investor interest. And we are in the right forum, Invest Karnataka, and I hope people watching this will understand that deep tech ideas come from India. Bangalore is the land of IIC, HAL, BHEL, and whatnot, and ISRO as well, right? So talk about your idea quickly for our audience. Where does it benefit customers and customers? And this is a 14-year-old idea, by the way, guys. And the difference being, with it runs a consumer company where there's high scale, high marketing, and there's a lot of money raised. You've raised 3 million, and it takes a lot of time to convince investors, and most of you know it. And if you want to quickly summarize how you started 14 years ago after Oxford,
Sure.
and where you are now.
Sure. Yeah, so Nopo has had an interesting journey. So it started out as a dream. There was no logic to it, like saying, okay, there's going to be this market, this customer, or anything. It's mostly, how would the world be if we had something new, a new kind of a material that could be extremely strong, lightweight, conductive. Something for me as a school kid was like what could take people to space, like a very strong material. So it just started with that dream on how do we make that material. I looked around, couldn't find anyone who was making it. Everyone said it's hard, so I decided to go start doing that. I told my parents, like, see, 10 years, don't disturb me. I'm just going to do this. If nothing works out, I'll go do some programming. I can do it well. So that was the convincing pitch and got started with it. So the other day I was just reminiscing like our journey from the time we started, the time we produced our first tubes to where we are today. So when we started off, initially we were only able to produce like a few micrograms of this material. This year we are on target to produce a ton of this material. That's a scale of 10 power 12 times in the span of these 14 years.
And what does that mean? You should tell them.
Yeah, that's 1 lakh crore times increase in output over this time frame to make it relevant for the markets.
And what markets?
Yeah, so now as we scale this so massively, effectively every year we are increasing output by 10 times to just make it relevant. We found a use case for it in batteries. So every lithium-ion battery that's coming out there needs this material. It's an essential raw material. It's an essential ingredient for that. And without the nanotubes, you can't make a battery that's lighter, can charge faster, and has a higher capacity. So that has made this now a very hot material. There are only 2-3 countries with the technology. It's a very limited piece of tech. It's very difficult and hard to make, and has numerous parameters that need to be controlled, pressures, temperatures, injecting catalysts in the right proportions, and then breaking them apart. The tubes themselves, if we talk about them, they're just 10 atoms in diameter. So we're producing something where we are ripping out atoms, putting them back together. The tubes are just 10 atoms in diameter, and then we produce them repeatedly. That's what we have done.
And they work in lithium-ion batteries, which go into all our cars and bikes.
Yep, that's right.
And they build them for scale, that they're efficient.
Yep, it improves efficiency. It's mostly what's happening with batteries is people are using silicon in the batteries, and silicon needs nanotubes to work well. So that's the reason nanotubes become a major part of it. And another extreme application, which we'll probably start seeing another 5 to 10 years, is as we develop these materials suitable for batteries, we also found ways to separate tubes. We were able to separate out tubes, again, with a very high precision. So these 10-atom tubes, I imagine all tubes are the exact same size, 0 atom deviation. So we're able to produce this material. Now this has suddenly opened up opportunities in electronics. So where we are allowed to, we can now shrink transistors even smaller than what we have today. Almost about 600 times smaller than what we have today. So that's another avenue that's going on. That's our next deep tech line of work that's happening.
Again, increasing your mileage in terms to speak. The vehicles go longer, better, and the charging time is better.
Yep, it's much faster. That's right.
You know, for those of you after lunch, if this sounds like a science lecture, it's not. You know, there are 2 million electric vehicles that are sold in India, and they're only going to increase, and we need to figure out how do we pull out nanotubes from lithium-ion batteries that are, that are going into recycling as well, with something that you do as well, don't you?
No, we do not yet. Yeah, because we are focused on making the purest tubes. Okay. So that starts from a gas, from carbon dioxide. We actually are able to break down carbon dioxide into the nanotube.
So there's social impact from both sides, and that's the common theme. He's helping sellers, he's helping the environment, which is fantastic. Round of applause to Gadadhar, please. Thank you. Okay, where do we begin? I mean, since it's about growth and scaling, both of you summarized your businesses, science, marketing in your case. Both of you came from, IITs, I suppose you came from IIT, your co-founder as well. When you built this platform, you have to also start marketing it. You said 2 problems. One is bringing new sellers on board and ensuring that people, obviously smartphone penetration was going in 2015, is going up, right? North of 150 million or 200 million per year. what are the pieces that you had to do? Did you solve the network piece first of sellers, or did you solve the customers who buy first? How do you solve the two and then do the marketing around it? Because I'm sure Instagram marketing wasn't all that popular back then, unlike now. What was your go-to at that time in terms of marketing with it?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. So I think overall, in a platform, you can't build demand, then supply, or supply, then demand, because both of them have to come together. Otherwise, they will not sustain on the platform. You can make someone sign up today, but if they don't get sales tomorrow, they'll just sign off and never come back. So I think it's a good balance that you have to make, which is very hard in the early days. And that just required us to kind of work really hard. Like we promised to a seller that we'll start getting you volume. We have to get some customers to transact from them. But if I look at a early growth journey, I think early growth journey was about like figuring out one very interesting insight. That took us 2 years of lots of failures, lots of experiments. So we started the company in 2015, but after trying so many things, we landed on one insight in 2017, which is, so in 2017 in India, most consumers only had one app on their phone, and that was WhatsApp, right? And there's so many e-commerce apps back then who spent crazy amount of money on marketing, doing it digitally, doing it on TV, and no one was downloading their apps. People will just have one app on their phone. And then you go and speak to them. Why do you have only WhatsApp? Why don't you download these apps to buy? Consumers say, hey, it will take a lot of my data. All shopping apps have images. Images consume a lot of data. So if I download this app, it will consume a lot of my data. So I don't want to do it. And this is like pre-Geo days, right? So data was really expensive. As soon as you open an app, you'll get an Airtel message saying 50 paisa deducted or 1 rupee deducted. So we said if we really want to bring Bharat online to transact and become e-commerce users, we'll have to change this approach. So the thing we did, we said, can we bring commerce to WhatsApp? Instead of forcing all these consumers who don't want to download any app to like start making their first purchases on WhatsApp. And that's when we started our first model of like WhatsApp groups. So there'll be a community leader who will create a WhatsApp group, add all the people from their local community, friends, family, neighborhood onto that group and start sharing products from Meesho. And people just place an order with her. And she will come and just like punch in that order in the Meesho app and we will go and deliver to that consumer. From 2017 until 2021, that's how we operated. And the beautiful thing about WhatsApp, in WhatsApp, everything goes viral. So you get added to a WhatsApp group, you start buying, you love it, you tell other friends on WhatsApp, and they start creating WhatsApp groups and start selling. We started this model in 2017. We had 10 million WhatsApp groups running in India in 2021.
This is for sellers?
This is for consumers.
Well,
like
you can applaud. Someone was applauding, so please go on. Yeah, go on.
So I'm saying these are consumers, part of 10 million WhatsApp groups by 2021, who are buying products from these sellers. And this happened without us spending anything on marketing because, as I said, it was social and hence by default viral. And I think that's, like sometimes people think marketing is just going on Instagram or some place and like spending money. I think it's about figuring out that interesting consumer insight where people are spending time and how can you be relevant to them. If you figure that insight out, you don't need to actually so much money in acquiring all these consumers. As we saw, like for a long time, no one else could acquire that consumer apart from us in India because no one could figure out that insight.
And that insight now you give me, most of your consumption happens in tier 3, tier 4 cities as well, I'm assuming now, yes, because of WhatsApp.
Correct.
Right? And WhatsApp solved for payments and that made it even more easier now, I guess.
Absolutely. Like a lot of things have become easier over time. In 2021, we launched our own consumer app, so you don't need to buy on WhatsApp anymore. Most of our consumers moved here because by then 2 things had happened. First, like the cost of data went down because of Jio. Now people don't think that, hey, if I download an app, it will consume a lot of my data. And second, pandemic happened, which taught so many people in India that you have to buy stuff online because offline shops can now be closed for a while, right? So everyone learned how to buy online. So some of the problems we solved back in 2017 were gone. But like that really helped us build a customer base that was very loyal to us and much easier to move to our app. So I think the early part of the growth journey, we could just skip the marketing part because it was part of our product design.
Okay. What could have gone wrong? In a sense, you said there were a couple of failures. What goes wrong typically while thinking like this as an entrepreneurial team, right, in the early days? What could typically go wrong? If you'd caught on to that, you done well.
Yeah, I think you make a lot of assumptions that were wrong. Like the first iteration that we did. So we wanted to bring Bharat online. People buy. We went to consumers. You'd say, tell me which small businesses do you buy from? People say, hey, I buy from small businesses that are close to me in the offline world. So we said, if we bring these local businesses online, people will buy from them, right? We did that. We realized no one was buying. They're saying, I already go to that store. Why do I need an online app to buy from them? It's also limited selection. So it was basically the worst of both worlds, right? I don't get to try and buy like I do in the offline shop, and I also don't get as much selection as you get in the online world. So that local commerce app didn't work out. The second thing we did was we said maybe these small businesses, these local small businesses will be the ones who will start using this and convince their customers to start buying from them online. We realized they had even more friction adoption. Most small businesses in India are run by slightly older people who also don't like to adopt technology like the younger folks, right? So very few small businesses that are run by like early 20 folks, they were adopting to this tool, but most of the people did want to digitize themselves. They said, I'm okay with how I've been running this business for the last 40 years. I will do the same thing for the next 40. So I think there were like few iterations that we learned. And again, these were all assumptions, but you have to make these assumptions, right? Like if we did not make the assumption that India will transact on WhatsApp, which had never happened anywhere else in the world, we would have not taken that risk and built that product.
No, makes sense. Now the sellers are younger as well, right? You have young sellers now in the group, right?
I think now, in the early days, definitely yes, because as I said, it was new technology, adoption comes from more younger people. I think over time, and pandemic helped us a lot in this, during that pandemic year, lots of small businesses who hadn't moved online struggled a lot. Like for 4 months, 5 months, they had zero revenue. And even after that, revenue started to come back up really slowly because people not going to an offline shop and buying. So we saw a lot of these folks learn that, hey, I need to have an online business for that day when you will declare a lockdown and I cannot sell to people in the offline world. So now I think I would say we have all kinds of sellers on our platform.
Okay, quickly, create network effects. Don't spend enormously in marketing and learn through those because you're not going to be funded forever, right? So create network effects, and for you, WhatsApp was that network effect. I must meet your marketing team, really. Thank you. But now, deep tech. Deep tech, the marketing gestation's longer. In your case, it's having a product ready, product signed off by PhDs or users in manufacturing companies and EV companies, these electronics companies. Talk about your entire marketing business or organization. How did you go ahead and market these nanotubes? What was the difficulty?
Sure.
And the opportunity, of course. How did you get your first customers?
Yeah. So in case of the materials, the big thing is trust. First of all, when you attend any conference and show people that we are making these single-wall carbon nanotubes, it would be like, what's India doing here? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, because we have not produced any advanced materials. We don't make carbon fibers in the country. And there's someone going and talking that, okay, we're producing something 1,000 times smaller than carbon fiber. And talking that. So that doesn't
people
make
thought
any
you're
sense.
talking nonsense in a way, yeah.
Because nobody could believe that you can actually do that in India. Like, because it's not something that's become mainstream. Because normal projection for technology for the Western countries is that you use it, it's become very cheap, only then India buys and starts using it. Until then, India does not use it. That's the whole idea that's ingrained.
How many such companies are in India before we go ahead? How many such companies is yours, really, to be honest?
There are very few, just a handful probably.
Handful?
Yeah.
That's sad. That's really sad.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. So that was one. So it was about building trust. So it started from conferences where people were like, okay, there'd be like, okay, US, China, Japan, and then India. That would be the conversation.
So people were sourcing from there, of course. And
yeah.
that's the
and then what we did was, so we were shipping samples. Our first customers started reaching out to us because the kind of nanotubes we made, it had a huge legacy. And a lot of people liked that. And so there were people who were reaching out. So one particular customer from Japan who had used the material, so he went to a conference in Germany. This was around 2019. And while speaking there, he put up a chart showing which are the best nanotubes in the world. So he had a list of all of them which he had tested in his lab. There's a lab called AIST that's in Japan. So in his testing, he ranked us as the first #1 in terms of quality.
And
so
you didn't know that he had done it?
No, we had
Sure.
no idea. We had no inkling that he was even going to do that. We hadn't taken part in that particular conference. And our distributor called up and he's like, okay, this is what just happened. And that a Japanese has gone to Germany and has said that your material is the best. So that was a huge deal for us.
Okay, did people order your products after that?
They did, because that suddenly changed how they were looking at us. And now that they had quantified data that was looking at our material, that made a whole sea of change.
Which industry ordered from you?
So
and why?
Right now, so for the longest time, we have been working with researchers. They've been the biggest users. And from there, now we have transitioned to the batteries. Batteries is one area where we're seeing a huge amount of uptake for the material, and that's been going on. And in NoPo's case, the other thing is, so our model is not, we don't have to reach millions of customers because it's mostly B2B.
Correct.
For us, maybe in our entire lifetime, the max number of customers would be 100 customers. But each with a big revenue size. So it's a different approach for us. Even our marketing doesn't, we don't have to reach everybody. Just the companies and the people who
So you have to make the science guys are your influencers, and they're not on Instagram, of course.
Even the
they're
business
not on
guys, because
YouTube
it needs to make business sense
yes.
at the end of the day.
Obviously, the business guys won't talk on YouTube about this, I'm sure, but it's a tough sell.
Yeah.
So that person in Japan, the Japanese man who spoke about this, was very crucial to your success, and that created a network effect of 1 or 2 customers coming. From which industry? Mostly automobile or other industries as well?
Currently, it's been automobile and the electronics, the semiconductor industry. So those are 2 areas that we have focused heavily on.
Okay,
So,
Indian companies or mostly people abroad?
So the batteries, even the Indian companies are talking to us,
Okay.
and the companies around the world. So it's both.
So it's taken you what? By then, 2019 was 10 years into your journey.
Yeah,
revenues
almost,
were zero almost at the time.
Yeah.
Was that a crucial time for you?
So it was, because even after getting to know that, okay, you have an application and you have the product, you still again have to scale. So it's again going to come back to that.
Same problem.
Yeah. So, but that, at least it was, you know who's going to use your material. At least there's more clarity than, you know.
Okay.
thinking
Dada,
that.
for you to understand to scale the science, and 2019 was a crucial time, how did you scale the science? That's what I want to know.
Sure. So it had been, so we had decided, what we did was, one interesting thing that happened to me was, I studied something called exponential technologies. So as part of an organization called Singularity University. So they had this program, summer programs they used to do. So the basic thought process is, how is it that Silicon Valley in California is able to predict the future? How does the valley know where to bet? How does the valley know that we have to bet on AI? How does it know we have to bet on drones? How does it know we have to bet on lithium-ion batteries? So all these, you know, the companies that I'm referring to in contrast, so all came from there. So how did that happen? So what's interesting is every piece of technology, it seems to follow an exponential law. So basically, there is a time, the Moore's law that we have for processors, which is basically 18 months, things are doubling, which has now become 9 months with mobile processors, and memory chips are just at 4 months. You can actually track that for every single field. So from that field, you can project further, you can project forward and see how the world is going to be. So what the Valley was doing in this particular program too was like, we were projecting, okay, solar cells, they're dropping in price every 4 years. Every 4 years, they're becoming half the price or double the capacity. And that trend keeps continuing. Batteries are doing the same. So some are just apparent. We get to see, okay, and that's how we hear like, okay, just think of SD cards. Like even a 128 MB card was so expensive, and now suddenly you're talking of 1 terabyte just being commonplace. So that's what exponentials do. And nanotubes, we realized, were also on an exponential trend, but they were doing it much faster. They were doing it at almost 3 months, is what we had estimated even back then. So we knew that every 3 months, we would have to double capacities, and we would keep looking at ways to do that, and just go do a lot of iterations, repeat it, and build conviction upon that, learn what was wrong, repeat. So it was a significant amount of iterations to develop the tech. And that's the only secret sauce in technology. Like, you don't build a fighter jet by just building it once and letting it sit there. You just keep improving every single day, every single minute. And that's how you get to build an amazing vehicle.
How many clients do you have now?
So we have about 10 of them, 10 big ones that we are talking to, and a lot of researchers that we talk to.
Man, round of applause, guys. 14 years of hard work, 10 customers and scaling. That's great. So, you know, team management, I want to open it up to questions. I'll quickly cover team. We have to cover funding. I'd rather have them ask the funding questions because, you know, they read about it every day. There's people. I want to talk about the team management, which is very important for scale. In your case, logistics, technology. You know, you probably you have an organization that now tells stories, right? Because you're a larger business, you have to keep that narrative going. Then you have a finance team. I keep reading about Misha on the news trying to go to IPO. I don't know if it's real, but I keep hearing about that. You know, multiple teams for 2 people who love to build something on e-commerce. You've got that far. Now you have to manage all these things. Yeah, the common answer is you can delegate, create teams, but you have to run the ship. How do you run a ship of, say, more than, once you cross 100, you hardly remember the first 100 people who joined you, right? How did you manage that? That transformation as a leader.
Yeah, I think we had to figure out an answer to this question early in our days. And again, same like a product, you have certain failures, but then things start to work. And I think my biggest learning was, before you start to hire the team, you have to nail down what the culture of this organization is going to be. And by culture, culture is very broad to a lot of people. I just mean the shared beliefs that we will never compromise on have to be very, very clear. Once you nail that down, that's the way you decide who will come into the organization. That's the way you decide who will grow within the organization. And that's the way you decide who does not meet the bar and will exit the organization. And that's the flywheel. And I think, to me, nailing that culture down, and we've been very consistent with that culture for the last, I would say, at least 7, 8 years. We make some tweaks here and there as the business evolves. We have newer things happening. But it was just nailing that down. First was, we wanted people who is very passionate about our kind of user, right? If you don't feel proud of your work every day, it's very hard to do it for the right reasons. Unlike, you cannot be motivated about the money or the title or the promotion forever, right? You stay very motivated because every time you ship a new feature, it goes and impacts a lot of people positively. I can go see a small business bought a car for the first time because of the income they made online. Or a consumer who says, because you helped me save money in my budget, I could fulfill some wish of my kid that I could not do earlier, right? All of these are very impactful stories. And hence you have to get people who feel passionate about the kind of user that you are serving. We are very, very clear the kind of people we want are people who take a very long-term view, right? We started this taking a 20-year view of who we want to serve and who we don't want to serve. We wanted people who care about the same thing. We wanted
that has to come from the founders.
It has to come from the founders. It evolves, right? So people shape it. Your senior folks will shape it. Other people over time will shape it. They will just do really well in the business. And then you will ask, what did this person have very different than the other people? And you discover a new cultural trait which was implicit, and you will make it explicit the next day. But I would say the thing that this is the most important talent tool for me, and that's culture. Nail it down and just don't make any compromises to that. I think we've just done that. And then it does not matter. Technology, logistics, I think culture of people across all these organizations is very similar.
Okay, how many people are you at this point of time?
We are about 1,600 people, out of which about 1,000 would be in tech and products, so mostly the R&D team.
And indirectly, a lot of companies work for you, logistics companies.
Yes, so again, we're a platform, so a lot of people are, their incomes, majority of the incomes are tied with our ecosystem. So absolutely, that number will go into hundreds of thousands, if not millions, people who majority of income is tied with us.
No, fantastic. These two are a made in India story, guys, and a success, right? So this is amazing. How big is your team, Gadadhar?
Square root of him.
Okay.
There were 40 people.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which is enough for a product company, I'm sure, right? And you probably work with distributors globally.
Yeah, so it's mostly again because our number of customers are small. It's the founders ourselves, we interact with them directly.
Okay.
So and these are also big revenue items, so that requires
Got it.
presence.
So most of them are PhDs that come into your team?
Yeah, so it's mostly over time. What I've realized is so there's actually a very good book about this. It's called Talent is Overrated. So you don't find someone is imbibed and is born with talent. It's mostly training and how long people are there on a particular field that makes a difference. And so people have masters and PhDs. And along with that, so the same
culture. He spoke culture.
Yeah, the same thing is super critical for us. We want people who are passionate. And on top of it, we also want people who just know their basics. Basics is what you learn in high school. If you know that really well and you remember that.
The math basics.
Yeah, we can do a lot of stuff because you can then break down things into the basic principles and you can then do a lot of stuff with it.
It's interesting, both of you are breaking it down into simplicity, that you're willing to learn, break down the basics. Even marketing is then easy, right? But on the question, let's open it up to them because they're the ones who want to learn. And guys, again, round of applause to these two, right? So, so please keep your questions sharp, brief, and then we'll probably take 3-4 questions quickly. I don't know if the organizers allow us 3 questions. Okay, 3-4 questions are good? Okay, 4 questions we've got time for. So who wants to go first? The individual right at the back, please state your name and a quick question. Please don't go into a argument kind of a mode. That's it. That's my request.
Yeah, hi Vidit, I'm Gaurav. My question for you is, first of all, Meesho is doing a phenomenal job bringing sellers online. But in the recent time, I've observed that a lot of sellers are selling their products through their own channels, like be it YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. And even though Meesho is an option available for them, which supposedly sell their products at almost 0% commission, then yeah.
Competing with sellers selling on their own channels.
Yeah. Actually, by the way, I would love if more sellers would want to start their own shops. Like again, we look at data. That number is really minute. Of course, like D2C brands are more organized and are very different. They know how to do Instagram marketing, go and acquire consumers themselves at a CAC which makes sense. But unfortunately, if you look at small businesses in India, not a lot of them are tech savvy enough to figure out how do I run my own business, how do I do logistics, how do I do marketing so that I create a brand around this. Like unfortunately, we haven't found that. And that's basically that's the responsibility we have, right? And one of the big reasons we disrupted on some of the ways of how e-commerce is done online around zero commission, lowest cost of logistics, we also realized a lot of small businesses feel that my economics actually will be better if I sell it via Meesho rather than going and starting my shop on either Instagram or Facebook. But actually, it's always a good thing. It's always a good thing to have your own store. The reason I say that is when you're selling on a platform, you're competing with lots of other businesses, right? Like tomorrow, some other business comes and is able to give the same product at 30% lower price because maybe they have a bigger factory, right? You suddenly lose business. So for a small business to be diversified across channels is actually a good thing. I don't feel it should not be done. But as I said, like unfortunately, a lot of these small businesses are not very tech savvy. So it does not happen. I hope it increases over time. And our goal is to keep giving them better tools so that that journey of becoming as tech savvy and knowing how to be successful online as a business, I think becomes easier for a lot of these businesses.
I would agree with him because if they've acquired a bunch of customers and want their own store, why not? Because, right? Yeah. So next question, right in the front. And there's one there too, please. So we'll start here.
Okay. So you mentioned an important word called culture. So how much time it took for you to establish the basic culture and how it impacted your attrition?
How long does it take time to build good culture in an organization?
I think I don't think that ever ends. Your culture is forever evolving. I think, to me, culture has always been a product, right?
No, I agree. At the basic stops, whatever, putting that, this is something, because it will take time. I understand it doesn't happen overnight. So your organization, I think it is more than 10 years old. Something basic to fundamental cultures. These are the things will be there these are the principles we are going to follow. Then successively, how it has impacted attrition also, that I want to know.
Again, my answer does not change much. I would say in our journey, we wrote a first culture document in 2017, which is 2 years after we started the company. When you write a document, like you have to, as I said, make implicit things more explicit. And then we made that part of the hiring process. Every time anyone interviews anyone in the company, they have to rate the candidate on all of these like cultural values. And that's generally the most important part of the process. That we instated back in 2017. As I said, we have continued to improve it. But you have to put it in some format and make it a product that keeps evolving.
Okay. How it has impacted your attrition?
How has it impacted what, sir? Attrition. What's your attrition like?
I don't think, whether you have attrition if you change the culture too often. Because people earlier were hired of a different cultural values and then you change the expectation and people who are doing really well in the old setup don't do well anymore, right? I don't think that happens. Like if If you're too late in setting up the culture, it can happen that you kept hiring people without any cultural alignment, and now today you're saying, this is my expectation, and a lot of them don't meet it. But if you define culture very early in the journey, actually you have much lesser attrition, because every person you hired are people who are very aligned to your mission and culture. So actually attrition goes down.
Hi, my name is Anshul Chobe. I've spent about 12 years in different corporates before I started a marketing and advertising agency by name Creative Vashisht. And last 4 years, we have gained trust of some of the major e-commerce in the industry, including the likes of Big Basket, GeoMart. So what we are doing it for them is developing creatives and graphics for their web and app. However, now gaining that experience, we are developing been great at you are inspiration to us. And with whatever minimalistic resources we have within the company, we are now in the process of creating our own platform, a local search engine platform, which we developed with our own resources whom we have nurtured. So like Vidit mentioned about culture is the primemost, and you also address the marketing side of it. So with the minimalistic resources, we address both. And we have completed the phase 1 where
What's your question? Because
Yeah.
you're pitching to him, it's very nice, it's very good, but what is the question?
So I'm just coming to that. So we have completed a phase 1. Now I'm coming to the phase 2 where we are now somehow, delaying our process, and you're not ready whether should we go for funding or should we just continue to bootstrap with the resources. And what exactly we should do, because we have never taken the funding before. And whatever resources were available, since I was a marketing guy, so we just pushed ourselves to develop this and came this far. But
The question is around whether I have to raise money or not.
Yeah.
That's it.
So what would be your tip?
Okay, got it.
Your tips to
Your take, sir, because he's a marketer.
No, I think every business is very different, so very hard for me to give you a generalized answer. But I think at the end of the day, you have to see funding is nothing but getting resources. People will give you funding if you can give them some vision or some plan of how big can you make this business. So you've been running this marketing agency for some time. You wanna now raise funding, which means you wanna change something. So I think if you have a very large vision, like you wanna do something really different as compared to what you're doing so far, and that will require a lot of resources, just go out and do it. Like, I don't think you should think twice then whether I should do it or not. But if you want to do more of the same thing, right, which is that you have 5 customers and I get to 10, then I think you should evaluate, should you just optimize your existing business to improve margins, scale up, or should you go out and raise funding? So I think that's the only difference. But if you want to really expand your vision, that will require a lot more resources than what you have. Definitely go out and raise some money.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's raised. Thank you. Next gentleman, please. I'm sorry, you can meet him after this. Go on.
Hello, Vidit, and hello, Ankit. So my question is to Vidit. So basically, Meesho is the second growing e-commerce after Flipkart, and I want to know that what's your long-term strategy against quick commerce, which is eating the major market share of e-commerce? So what's your take on it?
I think like people today call it quick commerce. We've always called it the convenience commerce. Like people, even 5 years ago, there were a lot of people in tier 1 cities who were buying on Amazon because Amazon was fast, right? It was 1-day delivery, same-day delivery. Now that has changed to 30 minutes delivery. Our goal has never been to solve convenience as the key factor, because there are enough players either solving earlier and even now, right? Our goal has always been, how do we really bring like majority of country online in terms of consumers, small businesses, and the biggest problems there are not around convenience, but around affordability, accessibility, and that is what we will continue to focus on. So I think quick commerce has great product market fit. You see a lot of people around you buying lots of things there, but it's limited to certain categories and it's focused on the use case of convenience. I want something like really, really fast. I'm willing to pay a premium, a platform fee, a convenience fee. Majority of India is not willing to do that. And that's what we're building for.
That's a great answer, guys.
Yeah, we have time for one more question. Could we have something from the science community?
Question, please, because we have Gadadhar. Guys, he's building the future of your environment, safe environment. Guys, your kids can be happy. and not just heavy on your wallets, right? So please ask a science question, anybody. Who wants to go for it? Take the mic.
What's your take on the sustainability and the climate change aspect of it?
Yeah, so it's definitely something we have to address because it's something we have created. When I go talk to my grandparents or anyone and they talk about how their childhoods and things were predictable, you had predictable seasons. We don't even have that anymore. I think we have lost our winters now. They don't exist in Bangalore. So we do have a responsibility. That's something that's also part of the Indian culture where we take a lot of care about our environment. And that's something we have to continue. There's definitely no other way around.
I mean, what's your initiative within your organization on that?
Okay, so what we do is like when we produce the nanotubes, what we have done is to make them as green as possible. So in fact, one small backstory was the reason, the process that we use for making the nanotubes. So the way I dreamed up about the whole thing was that these nanotubes are very strong, so we'll be able to produce them. And we should be able to build things like very big spacecrafts out of this and stuff like that. Now I imagine that all of that becoming true. Now imagine the two closest planets we have to Earth are Venus and Mars, and both have CO2. So it's like, okay, can we use that CO2, say we're stranded and we're doing another Martian from there, can we produce the nanotubes from that CO2? So that's how we started our work, by looking at how we can produce the nanotubes from that. So the CO2 is converted into carbon monoxide that's broken down to make the nanotubes. And the catalysts we use also are produced from iron, which is also plentiful in both these places. So that's how we looked at it. And now, because of the climate change, these are the exact elements that we need to address. So that's how we are doing it.
So you saved the best for last. It's not science fiction, guys. It's reality. A wonderful round of applause for both these gentlemen. They are a true Invest in Karnataka story. Misho is based out of Bangalore, and so is Nopo. Thank you, guys. You've been a wonderful audience. One more round of applause. Louder, please. Thank you. Thank you.
We'd like to
Thank
thank Vidit and, of course, Gadadhar and Vishal. I'd like to request Sanjeev Keskar, co-chair, Venture Rise, to please come forward and present a small token of our appreciation. I'd like to once again take this opportunity to thank Vishal Krishna, founder of Upstream Life Media, for moderating that panel discussion. And a big thank you to both our speakers, Vidit Atre, founder of Misho, and Gadadhar Reddy, CEO and founder of Nopo Nanotechnologies. Real-world insights there from successful entrepreneurs. A brilliant session. Please give them a big round of applause once again. We're good to go and ready to move into our next panel discussion on the topic, Understanding Investment Dynamics and Current Market Opportunities. I'd like to request those of you not seated, please take your seats as I'm about to introduce our speakers and the moderator for this next session. This is the Investor Perspectives panel, and once again, the topic that the panel will be discussing will be Understanding Investment Dynamics and Current Market Opportunities. I'd like to introduce our speakers to you for this session. Please put your hands together for Murali Krishna Gunduru, co-founder, Inflexor Ventures. Joining Murali on the panel is Arjun Rao, partner, Special Invest. And moderating this session is Vijay Kumar Ivaturi, co-founder and CTO of Crayon Data. Please give them a big round of applause. And with that, it's over to you, Vijay.
Good afternoon. You can hear me at the back? So we have a panel which is a bit different from the previous one. This is about investment and investors' perspectives. For many of us, including me, the first term, venture capital, is a bit of a complex term and an enigma for many of us. Very few understand what they actually do, how they invest, and where do they get their money. The second one is it is venture capital investments in deep tech, namely 3 or 4 main topics, which is actually a theme of the event. And deep tech is another term which is equally exotic and abstract. It covers many topics, it excludes many, and very few even know what it covers and what it excludes. So it's equally confusing for someone who works in deep tech. Now, if you say venture capital investments in deep tech and deep science, that makes it even more complex. Now, most of the deep tech systems in the recent past, or till recent past, it was essentially about software. But now, you find the deep tech to be in systems. It includes manufacturing. So now you have the perfect storm of venture capital, deep tech, and manufacturing. So to unravel those mysteries and how the investors who run those funds invest in these areas, I have Arjun Rao and Murli here to share their perspectives. But just to warm up the session, to start with, just to get the basics right, let me ask a very simple question to both of them, starting with Arjun Rao. Do you have an investment thesis when you say you are a venture capital fund in deep tech? The same question goes to Murli, but I will let Arjun answer first.
Yeah, thank you, Ivy. Lovely to be here on this occasion. And just on the very basics, right? First, I represent Special Invest. We're an early stage VC fund investing in, like IVK said, deep science and tech ideas, right? We've tried to define this in a few ways, right? And take a few parameters that help us identify and narrow down as to say what is deep tech and what sort of companies or what sort of ideas that we prefer to invest in. 2-3 lenses that we take. One is, is there substantial technical insight and complexity in the tech and the product or the platform that an entrepreneur is building, right? The extended way of saying that is there IP? Is it hard to build? Is there some unique insight because of which they've arrived at that opportunity or that problem statement? Usually, not all the time, but usually that derives from a fair few years spent in that technical domain for one or more of the founders that are building that idea, right? Let's take some examples, right? Be it space technology or robotics or semiconductors. Unlikely that the founders would have had different experiences either in academia or in industry, but wake up one day and say either they'll build a satellite or a rocket or they'll build, some new green energy device, etc. So I think founder background, deeply technical, usually deep technical insight on some problem statement that has still not been solved, right? Leading to IP and complexity of building it. And then is that new solution substantially better than anything else that's out there, right? What you want deep tech to be is not incrementally better, but disruptively better. Another lens to take a look at is it 5 times, 10 times, 20 times better as opposed to, 20% better, 40% better, 30% better. So our lens is this is what entails deep tech. It takes some time both on the research side and then on the development side. So R&D, you have to split into research and development. Research can possibly take much longer and can be done in academia. But D, which is product development post-research, is possibly where commercialization is closer and therefore venture capitalists like us get super interested. So that's sort of the primary lens with which we are looking at companies. They're not business model innovation, they're not go-to-market innovations, they're primary tech product innovations coming from very specific type of entrepreneurs. And that's what our capital is for. Some examples of domains being space technology, climate tech, energy, industrial stuff, semiconductors, biotech, and of course there is AI, robotics, etc. But these are some examples of areas. So that's sort of the lens which we take to say this is what deep tech companies entail and this is where we want to invest.
Only same thing, and then if you have a different view on how you define, that will be good to know.
Sure. I think the view almost sort of will remain similar, but I will introduce us as a fund also. So in Flexo Ventures, we have been investing in this in the technology domain for the past 10 years. So the way we look at things is that we want a unique value prop in each of the company that we are investing, right? That can be deep tech, that may not be deep tech, right? But eventually what happens is we have done about 25 investments. So in all these investments, eventually what happens is when we are doing an opportunity analysis, the requirement of this unique value prop means that you will sort of gravitate towards harder to build technology, right? And to sort of take off from Arjun's point, so that's what we think what is deep tech, right? So it is a hard to build technology, and that hard to build is, it can be either founders inside, the technological knowledge or the research that is involved, or it is just it's hard to build, right? You have to have a lot of work. Like an example is Gadadhar, who was here in the last panel. That's one company that we have invested in. He's put in 10 years of work before it got actually to the place where he can raise funding from a VC fund like us, right? So it is years of work and supremely hard to build, right? So that's broadly our thesis, right? And to just deep dive on what we look at, one thing is founder product fit, right? If there is a founder pursuing an opportunity, we need to see a fit between what his background is, what his pedigree is, and what is he doing right now, right? If there is no match, I don't think we'll be able to convince ourselves that the founder can pull it off, right? And the second is obviously, while the technology can be deep, right? Does it have a real commercial application 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, right? We should also note that VCs, I mean, there is often this question asked why VCs don't fund really deep technology. The problem here, or the conundrum here is VCs operate with a finite fund life, right? So, and we need to raise money, deploy it, and return money within that finite fund life, and hence whatever opportunity we are looking at has to be commercially viable in the next 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, it may not make sense for a fund to invest, right? So these are broadly some parameters with which what we look at, right? So that's something that I want to add.
So my second question will be a little more provocative, but I'm going to combine two parts of the question here. The conventional view of venture capital is that they don't fund manufacturing-oriented or manufacturing businesses because they don't want to fund inventory or working capital for it. But in most complex systems, which involve deep tech and deep science, you need a finished product to actually make use of it or commercialize it. So the question that often comes up is, while your investment thesis may be deep tech, deep science, do you invest along the value stream of the same technology so that you take it to manufacturing? Or in biotech, I'll pick drug discovery. In space tech, I will pick manufacturing ready one. Maybe in quantum, I'll pick something else. So do you just go by discrete points of interest in each of the deep tech areas, or do you do it along a value stream? So that will be good to know. Yeah, Murali?
Yeah, so, I mean, in our case, I will take an example of Atomberg, right? Atomberg, when we first did Atomberg, it was a deep tech company for us, right? The reason why it was deep tech is, while it is a consumer company today, it was a deep tech company at that point of time because they were innovating on a technology which was which was not disrupted for the past 30 years. They took a BLDC motor and applied a microchip into it, and that's how they got the power savings, right? So at that point of time, it was a deep tech company when we originally invested in that company. So we didn't invest just for the design, right? So we very well knew that it has to go into manufacturing only when the full sort of stream is completed. That's when the actual value gets delivered to the shareholders, right? So that's our view. And that has been true for Bellatrix, which is a space tech company that we have invested in, and Nopo. Nopo is also sort of designing, researching, and now manufacturing the single-walled carbon nanotubes, right? So the point that I'm trying to drive here is just design and then licensing it out may not be the full unlock of the value that is there in a company, right? We think, our view is that it has to be a complete investment, right? You have to go manufacturing also.
Arjun?
Yeah, I'd only add a couple of layers to that in terms of, one, from our stage vantage point, which is super early. Obviously, our focus is not on the inventory part because the company is not yet at that stage where market adoption has already happened, and hence there is need for capital for inventory and working capital, etc. Correct? There will be a stage, hopefully, that when it gets there, but in the beginning, the complexity lies. And just to pick up on the point of manufacturing, it lies in the iteration of the early product, right? How many prototypes do you need? How many subcomponents do you need? How long does that take? What is that supply chain? There is complexity there. You're not at scale, but you have to go through manufacturing partnerships or do it in-house. I think that our view would be nuanced in terms of saying in some cases, it'll be very clear that you have to do that manufacturing in-house, right? Because there is no expertise outside. Because you're doing something so different and so unique and so hard that possibly you cannot even find a partner to do the manufacturing aspect, even the prototyping, etc. In that case, you have to then build the machining inside, you have to do the manufacturing aspect and keep both the IP design as well as the manufacturing process in combination as the moat, if you will. Correct? Stage after that, possibly you have market adoption after possibly a few tens of thousands of maybe fans sold by Atomberg. You need inventory, and I would only kick the can down the road saying maybe that job is for later stage investors or private equity, but that is one. There would be other cases where the tech, you do the tech and the design, but the ecosystem for that particular tech and that particular product, you can possibly find partners outside who will do the manufacturing. And I think it's a case-by-case decision, right? To say which business should do design and IP themselves, but outsource manufacturing, as long as you get the right partner. And you can still capture value from your design and out licensing perspective. I would take it as a case by case. Yes. We have seen both.
Yes. Actually, that's an important nuance that Arjun has added, rightfully so. It depends really on the stage at which we are investing, right? And also in some cases, if it's a semiconductor company, right? Sometimes they'll say, okay, I'll build the product and then sell it off to someone who can actually build the fab, right? That has happened in one of these cases, one of the cases that we funded, right? So it really depends case to case and really on the stage at which the fund is coming in. But I mean, if you want an absolute, I would like to sort of travel the full journey, right?
I think the full value capture is 100% true if you can do everything, right? But you need capital at different stages and different quantums of capital. One has to keep that in mind, and depending on that point in time decision and constraints, you can take alternative models in every industry.
So now coming back to something more operational related matters, currently, which funds are you investing from in these areas, in deep tech areas? And if you have already done the investment or your investment period is over, did you harvest any of those returns so far? Because most of the deep tech funds, there are many, but the very few show any exits. So it will be good to know your lived experience as well as Murali's.
Sure. I think just to set context, we've been around for 8 years now. We are at the fag end of deployment of fund number 2, right? Every fund is about 8 to 10 years. 10 years at the outer limit, 8 on the lower limit. And in the first 3 to 4 years is when we're making investments. So we started in 2017, invested till 2021 from Fund 1. We had about 18 companies. And from 2021, we launched Fund 2, which is what we are deploying. We are almost done with that. In every fund, we do close to 20 companies, right? And just to talk about exits, etc. Fund 1, we've been fortunate to some degree, I would say, and some work has been done. We've gotten 5 exits, right, which were M&As for portfolio companies that have returned some capital for our LPs, right? And there has been some partial exit in one of the high-performing companies that has also helped return some capital, right? So we're in the 8th year of Fund 1, or 7th year of 7+ years of Fund 1, but we do have another 2.5, 3 years. So this is a time when we would be proactive about thinking about exiting and harvesting, the investments that we made in the first 4 years from 2017, correct? Fund 2 that way is relatively younger, 3 to 4 years, so companies are still developing. We're of course completing investing, but we will keep supporting them over the next few years. I would say in a 10-year time horizon, somewhere in year 7 onwards, you start thinking about harvesting, right? So our experience so far, Fund 1, because we're at year 7 plus 1, 8, right? We've gotten 5 exits. That has been helpful. We've got some partial exits, and we will look for more as we go along, given the 10-year time limit, which Murali previously pointed out. Fund 2, of course, earlier. We are hoping to launch another new fund in this year, sometime this year.
Murali? So, actually, just to go a little bit deeper into our thesis, right? So our thesis has always been that if strong IP is built, right, and it is shown that it can be commercialized, there is always an exit possible, right? So that's been the reason why we have also delved into this space, right? And fortunately, we have also been successful in sort of getting exits for the deep IP companies, right? Ceredin Semiconductors is one company where we exited it to Renesas, right? So that is one exit that we have in a deep tech company. And there are 3-4 other exits that we have seen from our first fund, right? So timelines are similar between both our funds, right? So we have also managed to sort of exit our first fund completely, right? So it's a full portfolio exit wherein we returned all the money to our LPs, right? So and decent IRR to them. So point here is that yes, there is a market for deep tech funds. They can be sort of monetized, and a good IRR is definitely possible for investors. Yeah.
I'd only add one layer to say, irrespective of deep tech or non-deep tech, right? If we look at the data, we will see that companies get to sufficient scale, IPO, etc. The best ones, of course. Somewhere along the way, you can get M&A for either IP or some other strategic reason. But the best companies, as they are growing and building and generally get to IPO, nothing happens in 7, 8 years, irrespective of deep tech or not deep tech, by the way, right? It does take 10 years, 12 years, etc. Enough data out there to suggest that, right? Our early stage fund investors and later stage, we may not have beyond 8 to 10 years, right? So we will pass on the baton to later stage investors and extract whatever value we can because we came in early and do that. And then, the Series A, B, or C investors can take it on, right? And then they can extract much more value at the later stage post-IPO, etc. But I am only trying to make the limited point that deep tech necessarily does not mean to build a successful company, it's going to take longer. I think the difference is in how much value appreciation happens in the first 5 years. It is slightly slower in the first 5 years value appreciation for deep tech because it takes time to build complex tech, right? While in, let's say, consumer tech-enabled basic businesses, right? You start building a product, you launch something in 6 months, you start getting revenue, and every year you start seeing some uptick, right? That is the nuance here, right? Overall, I feel all companies take 10, 12 years. If you take, let's say, IPO is the goal, correct? Nothing short of 10, 12 years anyway.
So there is since you brought up that point, there is a popular policy debate whether there should be perpetual funds or not tenured funds for deep tech and deep science. Because the time you actually make money from when it wants to mature is generally beyond 10, whereas in a tenured fund, you have to stop it at 10. So there is a debate that is the fund structure limiting your value capture? It's an impromptu question from my side because there's often the debate. There is a debate that the perpetual fund should come from government and not from private, but that's a different topic. But I think a perpetual fund or a longer time frame, will it make a difference for your IRR and hurdle rate and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think, first of all, when it is private capital, right, we also, raise capital from private investors. Some are institutional, which could be partially government or quasi-government or government directly. But otherwise, there's a lot of HNIs, family offices. There's a lot of private capital, right? And private capital does come with time horizons, right? IRRs, liquidity cycles, etc. Does longer time horizons or fund cycles give you some flexibility? I think the answer is, of course, yes. Is it easy to pull that off and convince all your stakeholders to give you substantially longer time horizons? Not so easy. I think we've all observed in the last 5 years or more that there have been funds that used to be 7, 8 years, have now gone to 10 years. Some are talking about 12 years, right? But, it does, the balancing of needing liquidity, right? IRRs can be better, but if IRRs are illiquid, what are you going to do with it? So cycle of money keeping repeating is super critical. Is there value to it? I would also genuinely make the fact that at different stages of a company and of a growth of a company, you need different types of investors, right? Let's say I'm the pre-seed seed investor, right? I may not be the best investor to take that company IPO, right? But I may be very value accretive when an idea has to be taken to market and the early team has to be built, etc. Right? So I think different stages need different nature of investors. Longer time horizons can help, but I think it's okay. 10 years is not bad a time horizon.
I have always been thinking about this, why not perpetual, right? So this is sort of me stargazing or daydreaming about future VC, how does it look in India? But I do agree with what Arjun said, that I think so VC ecosystem right now in India is still sort of just beginning to take off, right? So we have to, so it is good to have timelines right now, because that timelines will push us as investors and entrepreneurs also to push towards target, right? If there is no time, something that takes probably 5 days will be done after 1 month, right? So just give an example. So that you can sort of extrapolate that example to the what the startup can achieve. So right now, at this juncture where we are in the Indian ecosystem and where we are just beginning to take off the deep tech journey, right? But 10 years later, I definitely sort of dream that we can devise a system wherein you can offer exits to LPs periodically, right? But the fund continues to remain in existence perpetually, right? That's something that probably will evolve, but that's my, at least you can say that's my dream, right?
So let me now shift the gears and maybe ask 2 questions which are quite political, but they are from a promoter's perspective. So if someone is trying to raise money from a venture capital, there are 2 questions you normally get. If they see government as an investor or not investor, as a customer or the main customer, private capital has some reluctance to invest in such ventures. The second irritation is normally if you have a large corporate, especially the lead integrator in a system, investing in you, they are a bit reluctant because there is no price discovery possible then. So these are the 2 issues which bother or keep people awake at night if you are a promoter. As an investor, as a VC fund person, what is your reaction to these 2?
So again, this is a nuanced sort of question, right? So I'll take the second question first, which is the corporate investor. So a lot of times in deep tech companies, right, which is very hard to build, right? So we also need to have, as an investor, we also need to have a view on how we are going to exit this company, right? So having a corporate investor who's aligned with the interests of the company may actually give you, while I do agree that the outcome may be capped, right? That's a real worry. But it is so deep tech that was, as in 5 years later, who's going to give me exit, right? So having this guy on the cap table, even for a small percentage, may be advantageous for the company, right? And maybe advantageous for us. But each opportunity is different, so it has to be viewed opportunistically, depending on what you're investing in, right? So that's my thought on the second question. On the first question, yes, we are definitely wary of government as a client, but it's not like we will stop investing, right? So again, it depends on which segment of the government, right? If it is space tech, I may be willing, right? But if it is a municipal sort of local body, maybe not. I'm not saying I will not do it, but these are different segments of government which will be paying for the startup, and that is my view, right? So ultimately, who's the client? Does he have the paying capacity? And do I need to jump through hoops to get that contract, right? And hoops can be multiple hoops. Right? That's
Arjun. Yeah, I think on the government side, I would just add to say, the reluctance is not because the government is the buyer. I feel the reluctance is because, when government is the buyer, it possibly translates into lumpier revenue, right? Which could be one-off revenue. Is it recurring? Is it predictable? Does it get paid on time? Correct? I think any investor is looking for predictability of cash flows and growth rates, etc. Right? I think it is that nuance which possibly puts the government as a customer into let's ask that question, right? Government will give 100 crore order 1 year, but is it recurring? Will it come next year also? Will it come 3 years later? And that lack of predictability or uncertainty is possibly where that discomfort may arise from. If we are able to solve that problem, and then the timeliness of the payments, right, which is cash for the company, which is basically, leads to the business health overall and the margins and obviously, free cash flow, etc. If we are able to solve that problem, then just the tag of the government itself is not a problem. Correct? So we should take that lens, number one. I think in some categories, right, yeah. On the second one, on the corporate side, I think Murli mentioned, well, you got to weigh the trade-offs, right? What are they bringing to the table, right, in terms of strategic advantage that you otherwise will, maybe if you have to do it yourself, you will need a lot more money or you will need a lot more time. But given you get a strategic partner who brings in capital and comes on the cap table, you really fast track that piece of development or that progress. If that positive should override the possible negative or of capping an upside, correct? The other way to look at it is, hey, strategic can come on board, but still leaves the opportunity for the company to still sell to somebody else, still partner with, if you have exclusivity, things like that. Those are the things, again, underlying business, if it starts hitting, then, and the trade-off doesn't make sense that they're bringing value, but they're taking away a lot more. They have too much control on what has to be done in the future. I think those trade-offs have to be looked at closely, and then strategic makes sense. I think a lot of industries, and now obviously there are CVCs, and in particularly we spoke about manufacturing and all the deep tech sectors, strategics are inevitable. Stage might be different, and their value might be different. It may have to be played out tactically, but there's definite value. Indian corporates, global corporates, strategics, immense value for our entire ecosystem.
So I want to ask one last question before I let both of you share your experience for the audience on what are your suggestions or views, especially for those people who are in a startup journey. But my question before we go there, do you have any softer dimension in your fund? For example, in social impact funds, they have an impact dimension. is there any nation building dimension or, you know, something like that in your funds in addition to the financial returns?
Yeah, again, at the outset, private capital, we are responsible, fiduciary responsibility for private capital. Return on investment is absolutely at the heart and core of what we do, right? We'll set that as stage. Having said that, when we decide deep tech as our core strategy for the fund and as our thesis, inherently we are also putting a layer of how is this helping, this capability building, helping the nation in self-sufficiency, in being, in building towards a more developed nation in the next 10, 20 years, 30 years, right? Is policy going to be positive towards it, right? So on the softer side, we will take a view that these technologies should be doing good for the society, for the industry, and therefore for the country. Do we take that as an offset for IRR? I would say not necessarily, right? We would say that necessarily may not be our role to play, but we are taking the lens that, hey, we want to support manufacturing-led startups, we want to support space tech, we want to support, right? These are critical to the country. And we look at, you take a 10-year horizon, 20-year horizon, these are critical, therefore there will be a tailwind. Overall, it is good for the nation. That's our desire, that's our hope, right? But I don't think it'll conflict or it will overlay on IRR. I don't think our investors will say, give us 40% IRR instead of 50% IRR if you do this good thing. Unlikely. As long as we're not doing something bad, I think we'll happy.
I completely agree with Arjun. So we are private funds and we are evaluated on the bottom line is the returns, right? So the IRRs that we generate or the multiples that we generate. So all private funds will I mean, nation building, while it's I would say an ancillary to what we are doing, but not the main objective. But I will say this, right? So the reason why we are in India is the ambition that we see in the Indian entrepreneurs today, right? And there are many, many startups that I come across on a daily basis, right, who are doing things that we couldn't even imagine, right? So there is one medical device company that we funded recently, which does dialysis for liver, right? That guy clearly, and those guys are all 50-plus-year-olds, right? And at that age to come and build something so deep tech, it's talking something about what we have as a nation, right? We want to prove ourselves to the world that, boss, we are not a third world country, right? So that's what I am, as an investor, personally very passionate about. So I'm supporting Indian entrepreneurs who are making a statement to the world that these things can be built out of India, right? And that's where we are sort of helping them, helping the brand image of the nation, right? So that's how I would see that.
I don't know how much time we have, but do you have time for Q&A? One or two questions? Two questions? Any question from audience?
You can just put your hand up. We'll make sure mic reaches you.
The lights we cannot see actually.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Venkatesh. I am an entrepreneur, rather I have a startup in medtech, and I am more than 50 years old. So that's one thing. But having said that, I want to know that while some of you have made, both of you have made some allusion to the deep tech and medtech. But are there any specific things on medtech why it is not so easily funded or not so easily understood or accepted when compared to any other this one? I have one follow-up question on that. That when you say that early stage deep science or deep tech companies are there, most of them have come back to me and some of my other colleagues and said that you find a co-investing company, and then we will invest. So is that the thesis of a early stage fund? So, or am I missing something?
Yeah, I'll on the medtech side, again, candidly, we've not done many investments. Maybe, and here's my hypothesis, and maybe Murli can add based on experience. There are two aspects. One is medtech, whether it is devices or diagnostics or anything else, is it for the Indian market? Is it for the global markets, right? I think one of the questions that investors possibly grapple with, right, me included, would be, hey, if you're building for the Indian market, while the numbers seem large in terms of consumption, right, is there budgets, right? What is the per unit value, right? Say, let's say whether it's for a medical device, whether it is for a diagnostic test or some other thing, right? So I think the ability to pay may be one challenge in the Indian market, right? We are getting better, but it might be something that thwarts, investors to say, hey, this may not be a very large market, or you have to literally get to 100 million users and then you can start making money, right? As opposed to if you have 5 million users, you still only make a lot of money, right? On the flip side, you say you're building something for the global markets, then people talk about regulation because you have to go through many hoops to get FDA regulation and to get all the certifications needed, and that needs time, money. I think that piece we have done a lot better because many companies have solved that problem over the years. So there's more know-how available in our local ecosystem of how to go global by building a high-quality medical product. Correct? So I think these are two nuances. Going global has been hard because it needs time and capital. Domestically, I think the question is what is the per unit value? Correct? That's my hypothesis here. We've also maybe grappled with that and therefore not done enough on the ITech side. Hopefully the markets are changing and the entrepreneurs are getting better and better like yourselves, right? I think the second part was about co-investing, etc. Yeah, honestly, I think both of us are lead investors. I think we can call ourselves conviction-led. We first say yes, then others can join the round, etc. We are not waiting for anybody else to say we want to invest. Maybe sometimes it depends on size of fund, etc. That some funds can take the choice that somebody else leads, we will follow, correct? But there are enough lead investor funds out there, right, that will take the first decision and say yes, irrespective of who else is coming.
Yeah, just on the medtech aspect, right? So, I mean, at least we have observed is that one, medicine as a field is very slow acceptors of innovation, right? That's been our observation, right? So that means that it takes that much more time to actually scale whatever we are doing, right? So they're very careful because it obviously, they have an established science, and doctors generally don't want to move away from that science because they are taking a risk on patient's life, right? So that's generally our observation, why we are careful about medtech funding. And the second reason is, again, a related reason, for us, doctors need to accept this product, right? So the second question is whether doctor will use this product or not, right? So if we don't get the feedback from the doctors that we are okay, we are using this product, that also has a effect on the decision making, right? So those are two more reasons in addition to what Arjun has mentioned in the last.
Sorry, we cannot take. Can we do it offline? Yeah. Are we done? Yeah, I think time is up, so we have to close it. Thank you for your cooperation, and we'll take it offline. Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to request all of you to please give them a big round of applause once again. I'd like to request Rahul Mathur, co-chair Venture Rise, to present our moderator and two speakers with a token of our appreciation. We'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank Vijay Kumar Ivaturi for moderating that session. We'd like to thank both Murli Krishna Gunthuru and Arjun Rao, our two speakers for that session, a brilliant session on the topic Understanding Investment Dynamics and Current Market Opportunities. We now move into our closing keynote on the topic From Bits and Bytes to Nuts and Bolts, Leveraging India's Engineering Acumen to Make in India. We have with us this evening Arvind Meligiri, Chairman and CEO of Aquis. I'd like to request all of you to please give him a big round of applause as he comes forward. I'd like to request him to deliver the closing keynote.
Give 5 minutes.
No, I think we'll do.
Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention and requesting those of you not seated to please take your seats. Our speakers on the stage, and we have the closing keynote. I'd like to request those of you not seated to please take your seats. Thank you. Once again, requesting those of you not seated, our speaker is on stage and he'd like to begin with the closing keynote.
Okay, we'll get started. Good evening. So we all have, you all have been there most of the day, listening to various advice from the funds perspective, investor perspective, and here a lot of leveraging India's strength, engineering, software, various things. Here I'm going to speak a bit of my personal experience as a startup going from what I call bits and bytes to nuts and bolts. So going from my engineering design background to a hardcore manufacturing in India, and journey and challenges and what could be the, some of the pitfalls, what could be the opportunities for you to see how we can take it forward if you have to do something of this nature, what to watch out, So if we globally see how the world stack up today in a manufacturing perspective, India is in a sweet spot because of opportunity has been provided by the global challenges, especially on the West. The regulatory challenges from the EU countries on the REACH, which is the environmental side of it. And then you are seeing on the US, a lot of tariff issues and everything, discussions going on, and new presidency, new challenges, and also the unavailability of skilled labor. That's the biggest challenge the West is facing today. And that challenge is not going to go away anytime soon. And I think that is what the big problem West is facing. That's where the consumption is also. So when a location where consumption is, and where the high tech, especially on the aerospace area where we are focused on, is predominantly, that is where the manufacturing was historically, and they are facing the shortage of skill, labor, and the manpowers. And East Asia, which is predominantly driven by China, which is a global powerhouse for manufacturing, especially on the electronics and across the board, capital goods, manufacturing. and various China challenges, the internal changes in the law, and also the geopolitical situation with West, especially with US, and the cost of labor, which is creating big challenges for China also. They have to go more toward automation, and that is not, obviously, there are lower cost. You cannot automate 100% everything. So there is going to be always a portion which is going to be, has to be labor intensive, and labor is moving towards the higher value add than the lower value added products are still available in the market. So that brings an opportunity for India as an emerging market opportunity. We have Indian government significant thrust in the recent times on the PLI side, and various manufacturing incentives, including the infrastructure is the biggest challenge. One of the things to grow the manufacturing, Gut Shakti, the port developments, the infrastructure, road connectivity improvement, all those things are also big investments government is doing. It's all helping. And we have abundant labor availability, both I would say technical and unskilled labor, So those two have to be leveraged and put them with the right level of skilling and right focused area. We need to get them into the manufacturing, the manufacturing platform. It has been done in the services side. Now I'm talking about doing it on the manufacturing side. So this is the opportunity for India. I mean, we were like $395 billion kind of a opportunity manufacturing India, going to grow to like 1 to 1.4 trillion by 2030, somewhere around that. And significant portion of this is going to be contributed by the electronic side of it, which was driven significantly by PLI in the recent times. And India has opportunity that we cannot be missing, but we have been on this journey for a long period of time ourselves, even before any PLI came, even before any of these China +1 strategies came. Truly, we were trying to leverage the India manufacturing side of it. And today, if I look at it, verticals which are riding on the manufacturing, 4 verticals I see. One is automotive, has a good growth opportunity. It's actually quite a bit driven by the local consumption. We are today most probably about 4 million vehicles per year, 4-wheelers, and China is 24 million. US is 15 million. In fact, US used to be 20 million back in 2015-16 timeframe. It has come down, consumption of overall vehicle per year, and China has gone from, in last 20 odd years, from 4 million per year to 24 million per year right now. So the consumption has increased, and that's a big opportunity. We see that. And aerospace and defense, on the defense perspective, India is very committed right now on the Atmanirbharta, and they are going to be focused on domestic investment. They have made a big list of various products, 260 products, which cannot be imported. So that provides a straightaway opportunity for India on the defense side of it. And commercial aerospace, India is one of the fastest growing market today. India has growing about 16% a year on the aviation sector. That should drive opportunity back into India in a big picture perspective. There are a lot of nuances underneath, which government needs to solve this problem in terms of there is no reciprocal purchase agreements. All these things are happening today. India is only 2% of the 1.5% to 2% level at the global procurement supply chain perspective. What happens out of India in aerospace, commercial aerospace, and whereas we are about 10% of the global aviation market in the future. So we got to drive this, disproportionate buy and sell situation, and that is something which we need to focus on. Means it's just not government doing it, but also we as an industry need to do a lot of investments and capability building to make sure that there is more procurement happens from India. Then coming on the medical devices and equipment, India is a big 1.4 billion population, and our per capita income is increasing. The medical, people investing on medical side, treatment and everything is increasing. Sophistication is coming, technology is changing. So we'll adapt, and with government support on the insurance and various other activities, various other programs, and we will see the big consumption coming in this. And advanced technology products is the last piece, which I was talking about, electronics, and whether it's, whether it's the AI, ML, all the bit driven consumption, what we see. that's another area which four verticals what I see big opportunity in terms of growing in the in opportunities for India. So, what are the challenges, barriers to scaling? Obviously in manufacturing, we have to address these things to get over this. One is basically demonstrated value, differentiated value proposition. We went about doing it at scale. We wanted to build a scale and have a vertically integrated ecosystem. So we had to do this. It took us 15 years for me to build this, but it's a journey. You have to commit, you have to invest, you have to deliver. And that having such a scale and a vertically integrated ecosystem makes it easier for us to do that. But each one have to come up with their own opportunity. And number two, you got to become a strategic supplier to whomever you work with, because it cannot be a transactional. You got to really align your own vision with their vision, or 5-10-year vision of theirs, and make sure that we are able to do this. And it's very important to make sure you do that. And ultimately, if you are a product company or you are a contract manufacturing company like us, you got to deliver quality and on time. That's a given. It doesn't matter what the price it is. A lot of times people come down and talk to me and saying that, hey, we have this product, we have this thing, we are the cheapest guys to do this, we can do cheaper than anybody else. Quality is good and delivery is good. They cannot be the differentiators. They are basic minimum requirement to be in the industry, to play, to be in the playground. If you don't have that, you don't even have entry to the playground. So you got to build beyond that. It's a necessary hygiene. So that's very important. And then I call preparing for a marathon. We think this is what we're going to get. It's going to take $10 million to get to that level, but it'll take $20 million. We think it's going to take 2 years to get there. It's going to take 4 years. So be ready in the manufacturing, because a lot of unknowns happen, especially in a country like India, where we have a lot of regulations changing, fixing, export, domestic, EOU, DTA. So, but you have to work through figuring it out. Where do you want to focus? Who's that strategic customer? What is that absolutely needed to support that at any condition? And that's what we need to do that. And then you got to invest. You cannot be where you were yesterday. You got to look at what is the next, because every industry is changing, technology is changing, the competitors are changing. You don't know where the next competitor is going. So you got to keep it going. So you have to continue to look at what is your long-term value stream looks like, and what portion of the value stream you are going to take. And it's important to take that forward. So this is what we have built over a period of time, over 15 years. It's a 250-acre special economic zone, started with the barren land. Today, about 3 million square feet of operating facilities there. It's a fully vertically integrated, all the way from forging, surface treatment, material, and machining, assemblies, everything done in a single location, in multiple facilities. And we have material supplier, raw material suppliers, cutting tool suppliers, bought-out item suppliers, everybody integrated into that. 32 operating units in the single zone, each helping each other to succeed, ultimately. And several of the suppliers based here supply all over the India. Today we have products which are 100% manufactured in India, vertically integrated. We started at 20%. There are products 15-year journey later. We are here like spinner in an aircraft engine, the front, what you see. We make 60% of the global volumes out of India, out of our zone. It's 100% India made. Aluminum all the way produced, fully finished, shipped all over the world, for assembly. So anything, it takes a journey. It takes a journey, and you got to be at it, and you got to do it. And is it tough? Yeah, absolutely. Is it challenging? Absolutely. But nothing comes easy. So you got to do it. You have to invest. You have to deliver. You have to have a long-term vision and do that. So we pretty much supply to every OEM around the world, and every tier ones around the world from this side. And in closing, I'm running out of time. So I just wanted to leave some thoughts behind for various people. All sorts of people are here. From industry leader perspective, so invest in tech and people. Ultimately, your people are the one who will make differentiation. They are the one who are going to take you forward. and the processes to be able to deliver consistent results. That's what I would say. And a policymaker, you got to really create an environment where innovation, investments come, and infrastructure is ready for people to operationalize. You don't want people to waste their time and resources on the, and ESDM technology companies, build your core technologies, get deep into global supply chain. It's very important. It helps to be able to differentiate yourself. A&D startups, get into strategic manufacturing. As I said, indigenous, identifying some defense technology, which is a big opportunity today. We personally, ACUS is not a big defense player because we are very focused on a global commercial aerospace industry. And we have just started looking at some defense stuff, and recently we started doing some of that stuff. And auto innovators, China is way, way ahead in this game. And we just absolutely do everything. We should have started yesterday. We cannot stop. We have to really run really fast to get anywhere close to where we need to be. And that's what I would say. I think that's my closing. Thank you. And, wish you all best.
On that note, I'd like to thank Arvind for the closing keynote. I'd like to request Rajesh Gopal, Program Director, Venture Rise, to present a small token of appreciation to Arvind Meligeri. Thank you, Arvind, and thank you, Rajesh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just to inform you that in 5 minutes from now, we'll have the breakout for the round tables for EV and ESDM. Please note this is by invite only. So the round tables will start in 5 minutes from now.